Well, good morning and welcome to Park Avenue, the home of Railway Union, for this Evoke Super Series 50 over game between the Scorchers and the Typhoons. It looks like it's a slightly overcast day, but the forecast is good. We're hoping to get a full day's cricket in. And earlier on, I was in the middle with the two captains for the toss. Well, welcome to the middle. We're here for the toss for this Evoke Super Series game between the Scorchers and the Typhoons. I'm joined here by the match referee, Azam Ali Beg, and the two captains, Louise Little for the Typhoons and Sophie McMahon for the Scorchers. Sophie, you have the coin.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it is tails.
We will go first.
Well, Louise, you've won the toss.
Yeah.
You've decided to have a bowl. Any particular reason for that?
Yeah, I think we're feeling confident with our bowling lineup today, and we're hoping the pitch will get better to bat on later on in the day for us.
Grant, well, any team news for us today?
Rebecca Stokel and Laura Delaney are out, so it gives the younger girls an opportunity today.
And also gives you an opportunity to skip at the side. Well, the very best of luck, and hopefully it goes well for you.
Thank you.
Sophie, lost the toss, bad call, but what would you have done had you won?
We probably would have bowled as well, but happy enough to bat. You know, we back our lineup. We've only played 150 over in this competition so far, so looking forward to getting out on the pitch and get going.
Nice long day's cricket for us all, hopefully. And any team news for us?
Yes, we're missing Gabby, and Marianne Masonda has also gone home. So Shauna Kavanagh comes in for her first game of the season. She's been out due to injury, so it's great to have her back.
Well, hopefully it goes well for her and for you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's the toss done, and the Typhoons have won the toss, and we'll have a bowl first, and we'll see how it goes from there. Thank you. Well, as you saw there, the Typhoons won the toss, decided to bowl, sticking the Scorchers into bat, and it looks like it's going to be an intriguing game of cricket here today. The ground has received a great deal of water over the last few weeks, but we're here today. And hopefully things will go well and the rain will stay away. I'm joined in the commentary box today, Heatley Tector. Heatley, we're looking forward to today's game.
Very much so, Craig, and good morning to you, and indeed good morning to all our viewers. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm delighted to be here in Park Avenue. Lovely to be in one of the great clubs in Irish cricket, Railway Union, to do our stream today. And as you so rightly have said, I really look forward to a terrific game of cricket.
Well, you can see on your screen that the two umpires, Mark Hawthorne is the one closest to us, and Paul Reynolds at the far end. They're ready to go. The players are massed on the sidelines, and the Typhoons take to the field, and the two Scorchers opening bats, coming out as well. So, looks like we're going to be away on time.
Right, yeah. Good to be in the hands of two of Ireland's very best umpires, of course, Paul Reynolds and Mark Hawthorne. Those two gentlemen have certainly had a very busy couple of weeks, Craig, between All-Irelands and National Cup finals and Indian series and T20 Cup finals, and it's been busy for those guys.
It's been an amazingly busy summer for Irish cricket. It seems every week there's something on, and that's the way we want it. Constant entertainment. So the opening bats for the Typhoons will be Polly Inglis and Christina Coulter-Riley. And opening the bowling for the Typhoons will be Ava Canning, taking the first over from the tennis court end. Hockey pitch end. It's more hockey pitch,
I think
isn't it?
probably hockey pitch and tennis court at the far end. Yeah, exactly.
A multi-sport centre in Park Avenue. Plenty goes on here all year
Railway
round.
Union, one of the finest women's rugby clubs in the country. Brilliant breeding ground for fabulous young rugby talent.
Well, Ava Canning straight on the mark. All that warming up paying off for her. Line and length straight away. You can see the umpires are in their coats. It's not quite warm yet, but certainly not as cold or as wet as it has been in recent days. And it's great that we're out here and we're getting a game in today.
Absolutely. First wide of the day. I have to say, Craig, I saw a lot of Polly on Sunday in the national, in the All-Ireland Women's T20, the Arica-sponsored T20 Cup final. She was enormously impressive. Hard hitter.
That game between Fox Lodge and Merion on Sunday out in Malahide for the All-Ireland title. Merion came out as quite comfortable winners in the end.
Yes, they did. I think, you know, they had a number of former internationals, and just a very settled and a very experienced side. Fox Lodge were terrific. You know, a hugely enthusiastic bunch of fine young cricketers.
This one slips down the leg side, gets past the keeper. No touch on it at all. It's going to go down as wides. That will be 3 onto the total as they get back for the second bye of the wides. Yes, that cup final, it's great to see Fox Lodge in there. And also CSNI in the NCU have picked up the premiership there in recent days. And it's great to see the growth of women's cricket, and especially in the northern unions.
Oh, fantastic.
Another one slips down the leg side, another wide. Canning getting a fair bit of movement, and it's almost to a detriment at the moment that it's just going too far across.
Well, Canning known for her colossal in-swing, really. And sometimes maybe early on in the morning that can be a little difficult to control.
Well, she's managed to control it perfectly on that occasion. She's got through the defences of Inglis, and cricket, she's a funny game. You can be brilliant one day and the next you're on your way back without troubling the scorers. Polly Inglis departs without scoring, and that's the first wicket down with 5 on the board. And we're still in this first over. Little bit of everything for Canning so far.
Yeah, and I think you'll see the replay here. In comes Canning. We know right arm over the wicket.
Well, it's that amount of movement that she's getting again.
That's
and
exactly
it's just got it past the inside edge of Inglis's bat. And the Typhoons will be delighted. That's 1 wicket down.
And a big wicket, let me tell you. This is my first stint on comms this year, and I'm afraid I've put the kibosh on poor Polly, commenting on how brilliant she was in the All-Ireland last Sunday. But I'm sure we'll see plenty more of Polly in the weeks, months and years to come, I hope.
Well, the next bat in, Shauna Kavanagh from the Pembroke Club. Shauna, who recently announced her retirement from international cricket, but in the absence of Miriam Masunda, Gabby Lewis and a few others, she's coming in at number 3 today for the Scorchers. She's about to face her first ball.
Nicely played, just tucked to square leg. They take the single. Yep.
Immense experience, Kavanagh.
Enormous. And she's going to need to call on all her experience today, as you say, missing just a couple of their key batters. But Shauna is more than capable of providing all the firepower that's required. In comes Canning.
Half-hearted appeal, nothing really in it. Yeah, Kavanagh representing the Irish team for over 10 years and has now announced her retirement from the international side. She missed out on the Australia series through injury, unfortunately for her. And it was just after that series that she did make that announcement. Good backing up from Kavanagh when the ball came off the middle of the bat, but it went straight to the fielder. That finishes off an eventful first over. And the score for the Scorchers, 6 for 1 after the first over.
kind of difficult to judge at this stage, Craig, as to what a par score may be. As you so rightly said at the start of the day, there's been an enormous amount of rainfall over the last week, 10 days. You know, and that has to have an effect on the wicket, indeed on the game, and
well, part of the difficulty that Railway Union have always faced is their closeness to the coast, and just being, I believe, at high tide they're a little bit below sea level, which doesn't help with the drainage, but it looks dry and lush, and that's the one thing we can say about all of the grounds in Leinster at the moment, is they all look lush, plenty of water, no excuse for grass not growing.
delighted to see one of the finest young talents in Irish cricket opening the bowling from the tennis court end. Georgina Dempsey, wonderful cricketer, Craig.
Yes, indeed. And it's good to see being given the chance to open the bowling here. Nicely played away. Kavanagh again tucking one off her pads. This time she takes two for it. Sinead Thompson doing the fielding out in the deep, behind square on the leg side. Another two onto the total. And Kavanagh will be delighted to be out in the middle. Perhaps a bit earlier than she would have wanted. But she does enjoy her batting so much. That one's a little bit wider outside the off stump, and Kavanagh not being tempted into a shot there. There are a few clouds around, but the good news is that it's many clouds around and not just one blanket of cloud. That's been the problem over the last week or so. When you looked up, you couldn't see a single break or a single definable cloud. It was just completely overcast. Not the case today. Dempsey starting to find a nice line just outside that off stump, and that's exactly what she'll be looking for.
Yeah, I always enjoy watching Georgina Dempsey bowl. I just think she has that little bit of an X factor about her. Good pace, lovely rhythm.
This one slips down the leg side, gets past Langton, the keeper, and there's a good call of no for the second. Kavanagh very decisive and very loud, and that's often what you need, especially in women's cricket. Certainly at club level and the lower teams at club level, the calling sometimes is lacking. But once you reach this level, just one step below the internationals, then you certainly have to be well able to call and well able to say no. That's part of the problem sometimes.
And in the case just gone, a 100% correct call.
Absolutely. Coulter Riley, she's had a good season at club level. Saw her score a lot of runs in a game against Pembroke in the Premier, in the Division 1. She's been in good form. She's evolving and growing as a cricketer, and it's been recognised.
She's a very fine cricketer. She is also one of the finest. Big appeal. Umpire Reynolds remains unmoved.
That's the end of the second over. Just 4 coming from it. 10 for 1 the score.
Just about to say there, Christina Coulter Riley, Craig, is one of the really strong up-and-coming hockey umpires at a very senior level in the country now. Highly thought of for a young lady, but a brilliant executor at her job. Marvellous hockey umpire. We've seen a lot of her over the last 18 months, 2 years.
That's one thing we do have in Ireland, especially in the women's game, is a lot of these players are two-sport players.
That's got to be close.
Another appeal, another one that Canning's rattled into the pads.
I'd like to see that again, Craig. Did that get a little inside edge?
Well, this is the delivery that brought forth that appeal. It starts very wide, and if anything, upon pitching it, it even deviated more, going down the leg side. On this occasion, Coulter Riley plays a similar shot to Kavanagh, just tucking it away off her pads, takes the single.
Yep. Looking back at that, I think a very good call from umpire Mark Hawthorne. She really gets a colossal amount of in-swing.
Again, just tucked away towards the square leg umpire. There are 3 players in that vicinity, but that one just played with the right amount of pace to enable them to get through for the single. Well, another Canning over that is producing all sorts. In the first we saw a couple of wides and a wicket, and on this occasion she's had 2 appeals already, well, an appeal and a half, shall we say, where she's managed to bring it back into the pads. And with the new ball, she is getting a fair amount of swing. It's also helped by her delivery. Her hand comes very high, good straight arm. The delivery point is almost above her head, and that's enabling the ball to swing back in towards the right-hander.
Yeah, Ava has had a really successful international career thus far as well. She causes all sorts of problems. Another appeal, but definitely straying down leg.
You see the umpire's pre-signal. You know he's going to signal something, and it's leg buys. No bat involved. On this occasion she may have got outside the line. Yes, you can see Canning just getting better and better with each season. She's capable of bowling with an awful lot of in-swing, certainly at the top of the innings. And in fact, it may be she'll need to learn to bowl an occasional one, perhaps with a cross seam, just to let it go on without that hooping swing.
Yeah.
Just as a surprise for the bat, or just to offer something different. You can certainly see it in the franchise cricket these days, and I talk about franchise cricket in regards to a T20 game, where if the bowler is bringing it that much in constantly, the batsman can start to pick it and look for cow corner quite through the arc. But if you have that just that one ball manoeuvre, perhaps that goes straight on, it would prove very difficult. Oh, that one drifting down the leg, and Paul Reynolds agreeing.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it that Ava adding another type of delivery to our armoury would really strengthen her game up no end.
I just think if she does have that cross-seam ball, it would make the batsman think twice about taking on the in-swinger. Dempsey just straying onto the pads. Coulter Riley just playing it out towards square leg again. And with the amount of runs that have come off the bat towards square leg, would the Typhoons captain think of altering the field slightly and just cutting that off, even if it means having one inside the ring by the umpire, because you've got the protection back on the boundary at long leg. But just there's that big gap. But then again, maybe I'm doing Georgina a disservice. Perhaps they've deliberately left that space open in the hope that the bat's going to come across the stumps and it brings LBW more into the equation.
Well, I was just thinking, looking at Coulter, Riley and Kavanagh, the one thing they're doing very successfully to Kavanagh is getting a big stride in, trying to eliminate that LB. Well bowled, well played, good cricket.
Super defensive shot from Kavanagh. This is a 50 overs game. Plenty of time to go. It's the day for a patient building of an innings. Not just by these two, but by those yet to come. The Scorchers will be looking for a score, I'd say, around 200 mark on what is going to be a slow outfield. Kavanagh goes down and sweeps, gets a top edge. It goes finer than perhaps she wanted. Thompson does the fielding, down a fine leg. I can't stop them getting 2 for that. Well, there is some attacking intent from Kavanagh. If she sees something there she likes, she will take it on. 50 overs or not.
Absolutely. I know that one of the things that Sean has been doing is just checking her studs. I'd imagine there's quite a bit of muck and grass getting in there with the outfield just being a little heavy. Well bowled.
Well, that will end the 4th over. Just the 3 runs coming from it on this occasion. And with 4 overs gone now, the score has moved on 17 for 1. And it's, well, neither side making a move yet. There's 1 wicket gone, 17 runs on the board. It's even Stevens and far too early to be looking at par scores or how many wickets. We just have to wait and see how this game develops. But at the moment, number 3, Kavanagh, and Coulter Riley wearing number 3, looking to put in a good solid foundation for the Scorchers. That's well called by Kavanagh. They could take the leg by. All on the smart calling and backing up of Shauna Kavanagh, showing her experience. So often we've said it, it's all about, you can't win a game in the first 10 overs, but you can certainly do some damage to your side's chances. The general rule of thumb seems to be if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you're putting your side under a bit of trouble. And the ideal thing, of course, is to be going into the last 15 overs of this innings with 6, 7, maybe even 8 wickets in hand, and that enables you then to really push on for that final and set a good total at the end. But at the moment, it's almost like 2 heavyweights, just spending the first round or 2 finding out about reach and power and speed, and just learning about the other team at the moment. Ava Canning now into her 3rd over. Well, these two very much in tune. Kavanagh and Coulter Riley. Good calling again. And the absolute trust of the non-caller just to go on what has been called.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see how many leg buys there has been in the total of 19 runs thus far, certainly off Canning.
Play straight back down the pitch. But Freya Sargent coming round, making sure there's no run there. Well, we know that Polly Inglis didn't trouble the scorers. These two have scored 8, and the score is 19. It shows so far 11 extras already. And that's more than the Typhoons would have wanted.
Nicely bowled. Just held that back ever so slightly.
Well, as we go into, that's 5 overs gone, 19 for 1. And Dempsey to continue from the tennis court end. Just looking at the table as it stands for this Evoke Super Series 50 competition, I'm amazed that Scorchers have played 3 games and have yet to win one. They have had a no result and an abandoned, but the one game they did manage to get played, they went down to, I think it was the Typhoons in that game. Another one just played around towards square leg. Kavanagh just take the single on this occasion. Typhoons at the moment, top of the table, having played 3 and managed to get through all 3 games. They won 2 of them, and that sees them on the top of the table at the moment with 9 points and a net run rate +1. Second place are the Dragons. They've 8 points and just about a run rate of, well, you can't get much more closer to 0 than that. And the Scorchers must have had a big defeat in their game. -2.98 and no points on the board as yet, or four points for the no result in the abandoned game. Well, they tried to take a quick one there. Kavanagh getting through just about. Longton, the wicket-keeper, taking the bails, but no danger to Kavanagh's wicket.
Yeah, just maybe a slight miscommunication there between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nicely played by Kavanagh, in full control of that solid defensive shot, just out to mid-wicket.
Well, just as you managed to start the day with the commentator's curse, and I'm sure Polly Inglis will be searching you out later on for that. Kavanagh looks to be in the mood for a long innings today. Again, clipped away on the leg side. We were talking about the number of runs that have been scored via extras. I'd like to see how many Kavanagh has scored of her 9 on the leg side. It's all been tucks and pushes, which has got her up to 9. Coulter Riley on 3 now. And these two, well, they're starting to put a partnership together.
I think as you've commented earlier on, Craig, they have run very well. The calling has been very good. Umpire Reynolds signalling a wide delivery there. Yeah, they've taken their singles and their 2s where they have been exceptionally well this morning.
Turning 0s into 1s and 1s into 2s, it can make a big difference over a 50-over game. Being alert to all the chances for runs. Dempsey finishes her 3rd. She's 0 for 11 now from her 3 overs. And the score has moved on to 24 for 1 after 5 overs. Halfway through the power play. And you'd have to say neither side really sticking their neck ahead of the others. These two haven't given too many chances. They've played everything along the ground so far. There's been nothing in the air. It's just been ideal for the Scorchers, really, after that loss of the early wicket, was for these two just to settle things down.
Well bowled, well played.
Canning to bowl her 4th in this, the 7th over. Scored 24 for 1.
As you so rightly say, it's been a case of both sides eyeing each other up.
There's a good bit of cover there on that leg side in front of square. And you can see now...
I like this field, Craig.
Sarah Forbes it is, who's sort of moved from behind square to that square leg position as the Typhoons do try and cut off those push singles. Well, that's a lovely shot from Coulter Riley. But as you say, a well-set field keeps it to a single. It's the most attacking shot we've seen so far this morning.
What an excellent piece of fielding from Alice Walsh there. She attacked the ball with real gusto. A really good throw into the keeper. Good cricket all round. Missing a few of the big guns today, Craig.
Yes, I believe Miriam Masunda has headed back to Zimbabwe. She'll be a big loss for the Scorchers. She's been a fine player, both in the Evoke series and also for her club. And Gabby Lewis, of course, missing today. Those two would normally be expected to score a lot of runs for the Scorchers. Certainly has been the case this summer. And it'd be interesting to see how the Scorchers cope with their absence.
Typhoons have no Laura Delaney and no Rebecca Stokel.
So even Stevens really on the missing. And again, I say this all the time on commentary, but it just gives opportunities to other players.
That concludes the 7th over. 25 for 1 now.
Yes, you certainly get the chance to come into the side. Kavanagh hasn't played in the Super Series so far this year. She was out through injury early in the season, and she's come back in today. And it gives an opportunity to people like Hannah Little to come back into the team. Sophie McMahon was missing from the last game that I was commentating on anyway. And the same for the Typhoons as well, where the majority of the players are ones who have appeared before. And it's good to see Robin Searle back at this level.
Excellent cricketer.
And of course, another one of those missing is Mary Waldron, another recent retiree from the international side. She was playing in the games against Australia, and then injured herself, missed the third game. And well, that almost became a Mary Day, that third game, and she wasn't even playing. But she announced her retirement. Nice delivery from Dempsey. Good length.
I think the key with what we've seen thus far, Craig, is this is a wicket that is, certainly from a bowling perspective, very much in favour of a full-length delivery.
Yes, you get the feeling with how much moisture we've had, if you try and go short, it's just going to sit up and ask to be hit. But so far, both bowlers have hit their marks, really. There hasn't been anything short. Ava Canning is relying on that swing, and as a result, she never wants to pitch short anyway, so her natural delivery is right up there at the batsman. And Dempsey also doing a good job of keeping it well pitched up, and it's not making it easy to score. Run rate of just 3 1/3 at the moment. But it's interesting to note, if you go back through the records for this series this season, none of the Scorchers have managed to reach a half century. That having been said, as we say, they've only played the one game to completion. Another wide, and it's the number of wides that these players need to work on. At club level, you can get away with this. I was doing a Division 3 game last night in Pembroke, and the Pembroke side were bowled out for 77. 33 of them were extras. Top score was 15. But
Well, if you look here, 13 runs have come off the bat. And we're standing at 27 for 1.
Coulter Riley hits it quite close to the fielder, and that's a superb throw, throwing down the stumps. Good pick up by Freya Sargent. Pick up and throw. Ideal. Well, Freya Sargent is another player who has stepped up this year. She got her first international caps on the recent tour of Holland.
We can see this good bit of cricket, good ball. Well played by Coulter Riley and swooping by Sargent. Tremendous throw. Just good cricket all round. Yeah, delighted to see Freya get capped, and she's certainly one of the most enthusiastic young cricketers on the Irish scene. Lots of talent.
And again, it's great for all of the women cricketers in Leinster to see that if you put the effort in, you put the training in and perform in club games, then you will get moved up to the Super Series. And if you do well here, then certainly the national selectors are looking and watching, and you get your due reward. And Freya Sargent got that. She's now an Irish international, having played in that clean sweep against the Dutch, and she'll be looking to retain that place now. This one slightly fuller from Dempsey.
I couldn't help but think when Freya got her first cap for Ireland of her late great granddad, the great Dickie Spence, a great Clontarf man, a great Irish cricket man, and what pleasure he would have got out of seeing his granddaughter don the green of Ireland. And I know that Andy and Sandra and Gemma, all the Sargent family, great Clontarf Cricket Club family, I'm sure they were absolutely thrilled, and rightly so. Well done, Freya.
She's made a start in her Irish career. We hope that she continues to progress, become one of the stars of the future Irish women's team.
Canning to continue into her fifth.
She's still getting that in swing. One feels that as the ball ages, it'll be less from the ball and more from her action.
Yeah.
And in fact, it may be to her advantage that it isn't swinging so outrageously as it did at the start.
And I notice Robin Searle is a lot tighter at mid-wicket there, Craig.
It's a good tight field from the Typhoons here, and it's a field that's suited to the ground conditions. We were saying earlier there's not going to be too many running across the grass at great pace, and the field has come in to reflect that. As you say, Robin Searle now quite short, but she has cover as well. Georgina Atkinson just to her right. And that's where the two of them are. You can see that collection of three. The Typhoons have recognised that Kavanagh and Coulter Riley quite adept at taking those ones off their pads and dropping them down towards square leg and taking the single, and they've tried to take that away now. And it's quite a tight field on the leg side. It's a 5-4 field, 5 on the leg side. This
Well
one
played.
angled down to long leg. Just take the single. Nicely done by Coulter Riley again.
Yeah, I like this field, and great to see a young captain like Louise or Lulu Little being very, I suppose, aggressive and progressive in her captaincy. Another young cricketer who's had such a fine season. The captain of the Typhoons today, Lulu Little. Fantastic cricketer. Only going to get better and better.
And in direct competition with her sister today, Hannah Little, member of the Scorchers 11. Good ball from Canning, but well played out by Kavanagh.
And of course their brother, featuring in the final of the 100 on Sunday night.
Coming out on the wrong side, unfortunately. However, the other Irishman in the final, Paul Stirling, was on the victorious Oval Invincibles. But yes, the one thing about Irish cricket is there very much are dynasties, as you talk about Dickie Spence and his granddaughter. Well, you've got the Little family there with 3 members, all internationals. The Tector family, indeed, your own, with many stars. And you.
Stop spoiling me, Craig. Yeah, big.
Nicely kept out, nicely played back to the bowler. Dempsey going again for her 5th over. And surely Little will be wondering who to bring on next. I'm sure it's clear in her mind. We'll be wondering who she's going to bring on next and at what stage as we come towards the end of the power play.
Well, she has plenty of options. There. You know, of course, she herself could take the ball. Of course, more than. It's well bowled. Nicely played.
She's got a lovely little wrist action
Yeah.
at the point of delivery. And that will be a big advantage to her. Must add sort of 15-20% to the pace of the ball. Sometimes it takes players years to learn how to have that wrist cocked at the point of delivery. Well, a loose throw from the skipper in the field lets them get through for a single that really wasn't there. Perhaps her mind was somewhat distracted by the burden of captaincy.
Great to see a young girl like Lulu taking on the captaincy reins. Well bowled.
Kavanagh on this occasion playing a straight back but taking the edge. Canning comes around to do the tidying up and they'll get a single. That's one of the few runs we've seen on the offside. It may not have been entirely deliberate from Kavanagh on that occasion.
Well, I think what Coulter O'Reilly has done very well this morning is not only has she shown great patience, but you know, both bowlers are tempting her to sort of drive on the up. Well bowled again.
That was a perfect delivery for that shot that she was looking to play again. But it's been a even Stevens power play, I'd say. The wicket in the last delivery of the power play would tilt it in Typhoons' way. But instead, it's played out square on the leg side and it reaches the boundary. And that's the first boundary of the day, and it comes from the last ball of the power play. 35 for 1 from 10 overs. And after the loss of Polly Inglis in the first over, Coulter Riley and Kavanagh doing a fine job.
Here we see Polly Inglis bowled by Canning without troubling the scorers, but both Coulter Riley and Kavanagh have looked very solid. Coulter Riley 11 and
well, Ava Canning was the one to make the breakthrough. Beautiful delivery getting through the defences of Inglis. That sent her back in the first over. She hasn't gone for many after that. In fact, she's continuing now from the hockey end. Good quick call from Coulter Riley. Lets them basically jog through because the call was so decisive. The one onto the total. To Ava Canning's 6th over now. Even with the end of the power play and the loosening of the fielding restrictions, well, the Typhoons still attacking. They just have the one outside the ring And that's down, Alice Walsh down at fine, long leg.
Yeah, and I think it's a correct move on the part of the skipper, on the part of Lulu Little.
I think it's reading the conditions really well. There has only been one boundary in those first 10 overs. And even that one crept to the line over the lush outfield. Another good ball.
Yeah, I was thinking of your words earlier this morning where you talked about potentially a total of in and around 200 being posted. I think that will be a really good score today. I think the Scorchers would take your hand off for that if they could.
Well, that sort
Well
of
bowled.
That sort of score is going to require somebody to go on and pass a landmark or two. But I do think it's possible with wickets in hand. I think that's the vital thing to getting a good score here today, is to keep wickets in hand towards the back end of the innings.
Yep, both batters on 11. Colt O'Reilly of 34 deliveries and Shauna Kavanagh of 29 deliveries. That's 11 overs gone. 36 for one.
Well, from the
Reasonable.
activity at the bowler's end, and Louise Little handing a cap to Paul Reynolds, I think we're going to see the first change of bowling of the day.
Yep.
Louise Little marking out her run-up down at the tennis court end. She's decided to spread the field a little for herself. There's now 4 fielders outside the ring. Square leg, long leg, third, and just about point, I think. They're the fielders outside the ring. The one thing Little has suffered from this year, and it's... Oh, that's a beautiful delivery to open up with. She has suffered from being a little wayward down the leg side in club games. But that was a good delivery. Took the edge of the bat, no slip in place, and it ran away for the second boundary of the day.
First delivery we've seen this morning with a little bit of bounce.
Slightly shorter in length than Dempsey had been bowling from that end. And this one took the edge of the bat and flew away to the boundary. This one straying down the leg side. Well, taken by the keeper.
Yeah, very well taken by the keeper. Got herself in a good position. In comes Little. A lot of movement there, Craig.
She
Wow.
is getting, and like Canning, whereas Canning was able to keep it starting well outside the off stump and therefore coming back to attack the stumps, Little just... That's an amazing amount of swing, really.
Yeah.
And not even with the newest ball.
Well bowled. Really well bowled by Little.
Definitely a shorter pitch delivery than we were seeing from Dempsey. But as you say, Little also getting the lift. And that's the important part. If you just go too short, but she's finding a good length here to trouble Kavanagh. And there was a sign of Kavanagh's frustration was one that was well outside the off stump that she shouldn't have even been considering going near, and sort of threw out her bat at it. And that's the
Tried to sort of flat bat it nearly, didn't she? It was,
yeah, it was almost hockey or another sports shot, because it wasn't really a cricket shot, that was for sure. Much better delivery, angled in, fuller length from Little on this occasion.
slower delivery, I thought, there as well.
Kavanagh just keeping it out. Little's slower delivery does tend to be pitched up more because it's floating up there as opposed to being pushed into the pitch.
Interesting little battle this. Of course, they both play for the club across the road from here. They both play for Pembroke. Well bowled. So they would be very used to each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yes, you wonder how many deliveries Shauna Kavanagh has faced from Louise Little, if only in the nets.
Lots.
And how many times Louise Little has worked out what Kavanagh's trying to do.
Lots.
Yeah, indeed. That's a super delivery. Goes straight through to the keeper, past the outside edge of Kavanagh. She's unfazed by it, but a good delivery. Another dot ball. And after a couple of wides at the start, it's over coming together for Little now.
Have been really impressed with Louise so far this morning, yeah. One or two have strayed, but she's brought a new dimension to the Typhoons' attack.
Just played out on the offside. Straight to the fielder on this occasion. And that's the end of Louise Little's first over. There were a few runs from it, but also she posed different questions to the bats. That first ball she bowled did take the edge of Kavanagh's bat. Without a slip in place, it ran away for 4. Ava Canning now to bowl her 7th over.
Interesting decision this on the part of the skipper.
It is indeed. I don't know if there's any reasoning behind it, or it just feels that at the moment Canning is the best option. And I suppose this is one of the reasons why not many bowlers go on to be captains. You're trying to think of the captaincy and who's bowling at the other end, and then you've got to think of your own bowling while you're on. There's just an awful lot for the captain to be thinking about whilst bowling.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. We don't see that many captains coming from the bowling ranks.
Pat Cummins of
Being
Australia.
the exception, I mean, and how brilliant has he been?
He's done very well for Australia at a time when they needed somebody to...
Well, I think of Kapil Dev and Imran Khan, the late great Bob Willis, of course. All wonderful exponents of fast bowling.
Bowler captains tend to be more lead by example. I don't know about Kapil Dev and Imran Khan, but certainly Willis never sought the captaincy, and it was sort of last man standing back in the day when he became captain. But
Right.
Louise Little's coping with the multi-responsibilities well so far.
I think both Kapil Dev and Imran Khan were such natural leaders.
Another good ball from Canning, just played out in the offside. Called to Riley.
Not sure whether Richard Hadley ever captained New Zealand. In an era of great all-rounders, when you think of Dev and Khan, Hadley, Botham. all plying their trade at the same time, really. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Typhoons have just pulled the run rate back ever so slightly.
Well, a maiden from Canning on this occasion. She really has found her line and length, but with just 3 overs remaining in her allocation, you'd wonder how much more Little will bowl. Canning from this end.
Well, certainly, we were talking about it earlier. Little has lots of options up her sleeve.
Which again would almost make it more puzzling as to why there hasn't been a change at this hockey end as Little comes in. Kavanagh again. Not great footwork from her on that occasion. Swing of the bat at the wide delivery. Very good ball on this occasion. Swinging back into the bat, into her pads. Doing so on a line where it could just only be played out. Again, this is very sensible again from the Scorchers bats. They realise that there's a lot of overs to go. Keep out the good balls. There will be scoring opportunities. Again, well played by Kavanagh. Straight bat, just playing it out the leg side. I like that. The younger, less experienced bat having the confidence to go down and talk to Kavanagh.
Well fielded, good return to the keeper. Good shot by Kavanagh. Nice bit of cricket. Louise Little will be hunting a wicket now. She's beaten the bat, she's got a little bit of extra bounce.
This one just slipping down the leg side. I think she really wanted to get that one up into the block hole of Kavanagh. But again, she's getting that extravagant movement. And now you can see that she's bringing, well, you can't see on your screen, but she's brought deep point into the ring. After her throw and direct hit last time, I don't think they were going to take Freya Sargent on again, that's for sure.
Yeah. Smart work this on the part of Little. I like the way she has shown attacking instincts right from the off. Nicely played. Should just be the single to Sinead Thompson.
Another good over for the Typhoons, just 2 runs coming from it. 45 for 1 now from 14 overs. Coulter Riley's moved on to 11. Kavanagh on 16. 36 overs to go. They've got plenty of time, but they've done really well here. These two have put on 40 now after that early loss of Polly Inglis in the first over. So they really have done a good job of rebuilding here. 14 overs. A partnership of 40 and the score of 45. Again, you can see 27 have come off the bat. 18 extras. That's a figure that well, the coaches of the two teams and the national coach will be watching quite closely. Paul Reynolds slowly making his way out to square leg. Seems to be a discussion.
There is a query. Making his way over to umpire Hawthorne here.
The umpires now, it seems to be, they're wondering if Ava Canning can bowl 8 in a row. I don't know if there's any actual restriction. It may be an age restriction. And in fact, a bowling change is to be made. It will be Freya Sargent to come on from the hockey end. Umpires still consulting. Now this is somewhere where I feel that the inexperience of Little as a captain, and she will learn, this is possibly her first chance at this level. It should be her that's talking to the umpires, not Canning.
No, looks as though Canning is going to continue.
Somebody on the sideline has been opening up a regulations book or wondering what the exact situation is.
Well, we couldn't have two more experienced men in black then. Umpires Hawthorne and Reynolds. Two of the very best.
You'd say that these two, and indeed Azam Ali Beg, our third umpire today, would represent probably the strongest umpiring combination. I don't know who selects those teams,
I
but
suppose you've Rowley Black, who is at
right
a very,
up there
very
as well.
senior level now. Of course, we've match referees with the skill sets of Phil Thompson and Steve Wood and
Graham McRae,
of course, and
there does seem to be a lack of umpires down the leagues within the Leinster leagues, but at the very top there's no doubt we've produced some very good umpires who are making their way into the international fold.
Wonderful. So Canning continues, and after that little deliberation between players and umpires, she's, as she has been all morning, back on the money into our 15th over. The Scorchers are 45 for 1. Coulter Riley on 11 and Kavanagh on 16. She's bowled that length all morning, Craig.
Full length, giving the ball the chance to swing the most. Well, I'm looking forward actually to seeing Freya Sargent bowling on this wicket. I'd like to see if it's going to bite, turn and bounce. But at the moment, it's Canning continuing. Not out the call from the umpire.
Big appeal.
And you can see, we noticed earlier how Robin Searle is fielding a bit tighter on that leg side now. This is the LBW shout from wide at the crease. And it's continuing on down the leg side.
Oh.
Bit of frustration from Kavanagh there, you felt.
I don't think that could have missed by much, Craig.
No,
I think
not
when I
at
look
all.
at the reaction of both keeper and bowler there, head in hands.
Sometimes they're the most difficult ones for a keeper, where you expect it to hit the stumps, and then somehow it shoots by, and by which stage you're left in no man's land. But Kavanagh moves on to 16. As I was saying, Robin Searle, as the overs have gone on, She seems to be taking a step in and a step in and a step in, and she's getting closer and closer. And until somebody pushes one past her, hits it past her, she's just applying more and more pressure on that leg side.
Another very good delivery on the part of Canning there. That concludes the over.
And a very good over for the Typhoons again. Just the one run coming from it.
And we have our first drinks break of the day.
We've reached the drinks break at 15th over, 46 for 1. Evenly poised. We'll see how we go after this drinks break. Well, there's the conclusion of the first hydration break. And it will be Captain Lou Little to continue from the tennis court, the St John's end. Paul Reynolds just taking the cap. There was a good chat amongst the Typhoons during that break. I think they think it's going quite well for them at the moment. They've kept the scoring rate just a tad above 3 and over. It's going to be tough to score runs today. The ball won't be running across the outfield too quickly, as you'd expect in August.
I suppose the only thing is perhaps the outfield might just quicken up a little bit. It's quite warm now. Down here in Park Avenue, we're in Railway Union Cricket Club, and you talk about the St. John's End. In all my years in Railway Union and watching cricket in Railway Union, I never realised the steeple of St. John's Church peers over the housing there.
Yes.
The far end of the ground. Lovely.
That building in front of the church used to be the YWCA accommodation. Kavanagh back into her groove straight away, playing that one out on the offside. First over after drinks, often a dangerous one for the batting team. Breaking concentration, you have to reset, restart. It's all very nice getting a drink, but sometimes you just would love to just keep going.
Yes, how often have we heard of the curse of the drinks break? Good work on the part of the keeper. Excellent.
Wide awake to the situation. Kavanagh wandering around after the shot, but making sure she stayed within the popping crease. But yes, good work from the keeper. Alert to possibilities. See what might happen.
Unlike Jay Bairstow.
Yes. The indignity.
In comes Little. Oh, beautifully bowled.
You'd almost say that was delivery of the day.
Oh, absolute
Great
cracker
length.
of a delivery.
Great length. Lifting past the bat. Taken by the keeper. Standing up.
Certainly in a pace context, she's been, the quickest of the three bowlers we've seen on view this morning. Right from the off, she's got that extra bit of bounce.
She goes full on this one. Rattles into the pads of Kavanagh. But one outside the leg stump. No appeal made. This Little bringing slightly more pace, but with it, she has had this difficulty of swinging the ball down the leg side, a little like Ava Canning did at the start. Good ball, good length. Kavanagh looking to play it with a straight bat, but came off almost a leading edge there. But no danger, just ran out in the offside. Looking to go full again, on this occasion going 2 full, and Kavanagh has dispatched that straight through. Out to cow corner along the ground. A super shot from Kavanagh.
We talked about all of the morning. This is shot of the day, or shot of the glorious shot. Beautifully played.
And beautifully controlled. Didn't try and overhit it.
Yeah.
Just put the bat in the right place. The timing did the rest. It shot away for 4 runs, and that brings up the 50, the first 50 for Scorchers. 16 overs gone now. That was third boundary of the day. Second one for Kavanagh.
Well, whatever debate went on at the start of the previous canning over, she remains with ball in hand. Well run.
Again, the experience of Kavanagh calls through for the quick single. Coulter Riley safely making the non-striker's end. But yes, whatever the debate was, it was settled finally, obviously, as Canning goes into a 9th over. It looks like the tactic today is just let her bowl through. Coulter Riley calls Kavanagh through.
Oh, I tell you, a direct hit there, Craig, and that could have been the end of Kavanagh.
Well, the ball before, Kavanagh had almost caught Coulter Riley by surprise by running the quick leg by. And on this occasion, Coulter Riley returning the favour. Kavanagh, with a direct hit, would have been walking back to the sidelines. As it was, the ball missed by an inch or two. And that's the difference between success and failure. Another good full pitch ball. Run rate still under 3.5.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Canning bowl her allocation straight through. Not something we see often in 50 over cricket.
This one just played out on the leg side. You can see Robin Searle has taken another couple of steps closer and closer, determined to cut off anything there on the leg side. She does have Georgina Atkinson there with her in that area, so there's a bit of cover for her no matter how close she decides to get.
Well bowled, she just held that back ever so slightly. Been a good over this, another very good over. Just the one ball remaining.
And even here in the 17th over, you can still see Canning getting a huge amount of in-swing.
If you notice with Canning, her stride pattern towards the end of the run-up just takes her ever so slightly wide of the wicket.
Yes. It's almost the delivery stride itself brings
Yes.
her wide, but
Yes.
her arm coming so far over her head
Yep.
enables her then to swing it back in towards the batter. It's a
Yep.
lovely skill if you have it.
Yeah.
Well, it's 9 overs for Canning now, and she's gone just for 11 runs. I'd like to see how many of those came off the bat. She's bowled exceptionally well.
Change of bowling here, Craig. Alice Tector coming into the attack.
Kavanagh just paddling that around the corner. They'll just take a single. So I'm very tempted to ask then, Heatley, what do you know about this bowler?
Lots. No, Alice has it's been a good year for her. She's really enjoyed playing for the Typhoons. I think has learnt loads and continues
Oh,
to
what a
good
good delivery that was. Very full of length. Coulter Riley having to jam down on it. And that's a super delivery from Tector. So again, the one part of this innings that, well, the two parts that the Typhoons would like to change would be the amount of extras that have been conceded. They would love another wicket or two here now. Another good ball. Coulter Riley having to play that one right under her eyes.
One of the features of Tector's bowling has been her accuracy this season. She's working on her pace, and young girl learning her trade.
All sorts of appeals from the keeper, not so much from the bowler. And any appeal out there was turned down by Paul Reynolds. But yes,
Just getting a little bit of lift from the St John's end, Craig.
Lou Little managed to get a bit we saw early on in her spell, and now Tector benefiting from the same. And perhaps it is the sun and the wind that is drying out this wicket that's helping the bowlers. Another good delivery. Nice smooth action that Tector has. I was saying this last night with some of the youngsters playing in Division 3. You could see the ones who just had nice smooth action that they'd be able to develop and improve their speed at a later date, but just getting yourself as a bowler into the right position at the delivery stride, so important. Oh, this one's run past. Keeper couldn't gather it. And the fielders backing up weren't quite at the races. And it let the bowlers, the bats, get through for an additional run. And at the end of 18 overs, the score has moved on to 55 for 1, and that's a good first over from Texas, just the 2 runs from it. And she caused a couple of problems.
Yeah, it was a good first over. I think she'll be happy with that. And as we predicted, Canning is going to see her quota through now.
We asked the question at the end of the last over. The answer's been provided. This 9 overs bowled by Canning so far, and just 6 runs off the bat. You can see why she's the strike bowler for the Irish side. There have been a number of extras, but what marvellous figures those are. 4 maidens in her 9 overs thus far. And just 6 runs off the bat, and she did pick up that wicket of Polly Inglis in the first over. She is a major part as to why the Typhoons have managed to keep this run rate just about 3 and over at the moment.
Been really impressed with the young keeper here today. You think she's taken the gloves from the experienced Mary Waldron. Been very tidy. Done well. Here's a chance.
Freya Sargent again. We saw a hit throw down the stumps directly at the other end, this time just a yard wide. Let them get through for the single. Yes, the keeper's doing a super job. I mean, to put it into wicket-keeping parlance, she has big gloves to fill. Mary Waldron having done that role for many years. Again, Waldron's retirement providing opportunity for Langton to take the gloves today, and she has been quite tidy.
Yeah, she has been excellent. And it hasn't been easy, because particularly early on with Ava Canning, where she was getting such movement.
This one again, wide down the leg side. The fielder
should just be the one.
Keeps it to 1 additional run on top of the wide.
Yeah.
Yes, the swing, the amount of swing that Canning was getting, Little as well has produced a bit, and it's kept the keeper very busy back there, and she's doing a good job standing up to Canning now. This one squirts off the bat.
I think for 1 second I thought Canning thought she may be in business there. She was just about to exercise her vocal cords.
She was looking for the LBW appeal. There was also a chance that it would squirt out in the air towards Sarah Forbes just behind square leg. That's played nicely away on the offside. Alice Tector doing the fielding there. Well, 1 ball left in Canning's allocation of 10 overs.
What a brilliant spell of bowling this has been. Disciplined, tidy, and she comes. Her final delivery should be a dot. Is a dot. Oh, may not be.
Came off the bat of Coulter Riley, ran away. They declined the opportunity of runs, and that's the end of Canning's spells. Couple of high fives as she leaves the bowler's end, and that's her work done for the day. She 10 overs, 1 for 15. Well, as an opening bowler, you would be delighted. And now she has her work done for the day. She'll be looking to provide provide her expertise in the field. Well, when we had that discussion earlier on between the umpires as to how long Canning could bowl for, and eventually she was allowed to go through for the 10, it looked like Freya Sargent was going to come on. Do you still think that that will be the choice at this end?
Yes, I do.
Good start again from Tector, making the bat play.
Glad to see, and I'd say little has been in her ear in relation to the length of ball that she's bowled so far. Little fuller than she would normally bowl, and I'm glad to see that. Oh, it's well bowled, very well bowled. Well fielded.
Nice throw back into the keeper at the stumps, just what you want as a keeper.
Just catching the edge of Kavanagh's bat there.
It's a super delivery, nearly getting through the defences of Coulter Riley. She managed to jam a bat down on it. It squirted away behind square on the leg side. Sinead Thompson doing the fielding down there, keeping it to a single. But
interesting, she's bowled a fuller length really to Coulter Riley. Just holding it back a little bit for Kavanagh. Oh, nasty. That could have come up under the grill, one of those.
Under the chin.
Under the chin, yeah. Could be a nasty little. Again. We'll see it here.
Kavanagh giving herself room, not really going across to it. It was
more of a cross seam delivery, I think, that from Tector.
just get the sense from Kavanagh and the shot she's playing now that she feels that having seen off Canning, they need to up the rate a little bit. I would say to her, with 30 overs still remaining, don't get too frustrated. Do wait for the bad balls and just play your innings as it's been going so far. And that was nice from Kavanagh. You saw the bat come back. There was a big backswing there, and she was obviously looking to power through the ball, but realised that wasn't the ball to do it to, and checked her shot, just played it out in the offside. And so long as she keeps that frustration under wraps, there's plenty of overs here for her. And she'll be able to go big later on. And now we do see the change of bowling. That has to happen with Ava Canning having bowled her 10 overs, 1 for 15. And it will be Freya Sargent to be the 5th bowler used, and just the 2nd bowler from the hockey pitch end of the ground. Mark Hawthorne exchanging hat for ball. And now it'll be interesting to see right arm over for Freya Sargent. She'll be bowling to Christina Coulter Riley.
Interesting, she has no sweeper whatsoever. The offside.
Canning does the fielding there. 2 out on the leg side though. 1 sort of mid-wicket and 1 deep square leg. But as you say, no protection on the offside, just 4 on the offside. This one gets dropped down to 3rd. Tector having to do a bit of chasing. Nice bit of fielding, but they get back safely for 2. You get the feeling with 4th and 5th bowler now into the attack that these two might want to just lift the scoring rate a little bit. Not go mad, this isn't a T20 they're playing, but they may want to try and push into gaps more, be more willing to take the runs. Tight field on the offside, a couple of fielders close on the leg side.
That's more the length now I'd like to see Sargent bowl. Just pulling Christina Coulter Riley, just pulling her forward. That's the length. Here's an opportunity, and it's taken. Well bowled, well caught, good cricket all round.
Well, in the 20th over, finally the frustration just became too much for Christina Coulter-Riley. And she departs court for 16. It was a good innings. She was one of the openers. She stayed there until the 20th over. And you can see she wanted to take Freya Sargent on, and it's really tossed up above the eye level. And once it was above the eye level, very hard to control. And Ava Canning, well, she made it look like a simple catch, but she actually had to cover a bit of distance to get there.
I was going to say exactly that. She did make it look very simple. And I'm not sure it was as simple as she made it look.
Now, you may see a strike rate of 25 there, but Coulter-Riley was doing exactly the right role for her side as an opener, putting in the base. And the new bat now will be Sophie McMahon, the Scorchers captain, coming in at number 4.
Another very experienced cricketer at this stage, Sophie. Very fine player. Has been in and around the Irish squad for a number of years now. Good cricketing brain.
And another good decision by the coaching team. The coaching teams here is their selection of their captains. They're missing their experienced players, both teams. And to see Lou Little and Sophie McMahon at the toss, well, it was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, marvellous.
Great to see, and it's a great way of expanding the knowledge of the game throughout your side. Change of captain, maybe a different viewpoint. Obviously, coach and captain would work close together. Well, just as Ava Canning broke through in her first over from this end, Freya Sargent has done the same. Now we have Kavanagh and skipper Sophie McMahon at the crease for Scorchers. Well, that's the end of that first over for Sargent. First change of bowling we've seen, and here is the Scorchers card. You can see Coulter-Riley. We just saw that catch by Canning, giving Sargent her first wicket, and Coulter-Riley departing for 16. Polly Inglis went in the first over. It was a strange over from Canning, plenty of extras and the such like, but she managed to squeeze one through the defences, and those are the 2 wickets to fall. Kavanagh well set now. She's faced 10 overs herself for the 21, and she's been joined by her skipper. They'll be looking to push on now to about the 30th over. They wouldn't want to lose 10 any more wickets. Alice Tector continuing from the tennis court end, and the sun is shining in Railway Union.
And it's a warm sun, Craig. It's lovely. It's lovely.
The breeze has dropped, the sun is out, breaks in the cloud.
Lovely early afternoon.
Long may it continue.
Well bowled. If you are just joining us, hello and good afternoon. Welcome to Park Avenue, the home of Railway Union Cricket Club. We're here for an Evoke Super Series game between the Scorchers and the Typhoons. We're in the 22nd over, and the Scorchers are 63 for 2.
Well, those 2 wickets fell in the first over, and the one previous to this over. And in between, Kavanagh has slowly been making her way forward.
First time the run rate has dipped below the 3, Craig.
It showed what a good job the Typhoon bowlers are doing. Kavanagh finding the fielder.
Very well drive. Brilliant bit of fielding. Alice Walsh, she's been dynamic in the field this morning, and indeed in the early part of the afternoon. Excellent work on her part.
In fact, one would say that the Typhoons fielding as a group has been excellent this morning.
First class, I agree with you.
There was one overthrow that I remember, but apart from that, it's all been neat and tidy.
And that's the third wicket to fall.
What a wicket it is.
The big wicket.
The captain has to depart. Sophie McMahon departs without troubling the scorers.
Again, it's that lift that Tector has got, Craig.
Just causing problems. You see it here now. Tector with that very smooth run-up. And a big edge from McMahon, just waving the bat at the ball, really. She'll be disappointed when she watches that back, that she took that shot on. She departs. Tector picks up a wicket.
Again, I'm going to compliment our young keeper here today. Look at her body position there, Craig. Absolutely first class. Eyes over the ball as it went into the gloves. She has really been...
It's moving the feet to get the feet below the ball, and that brings the hands across then. Everything comes from where your feet are. You see some keepers, they'd stay still, but try and get their hands across only, and that doesn't work. But good footwork from the keeper, took the catch. And next in now, Cheyenne Woods, coming in at number 5.
Yep, this is Shewan. We talked about little to Kavanagh. Well, both Tector and Woods have played all their cricket together for many years, and Shewan and Alice are good pals. So this will be another interesting battle. Of course, Shewan took over the captaincy reins for Ireland in the Under-19 World Cup when Amy Hunter was unfortunately injured. Did an excellent job for her country. Fine young cricketer is Shewan. 22 overs gone. 65 for 3.
Kepler's got a big role to play here now. Senior bat out there. And her team will be looking for her to, well, not to push on, but to remain steady there. Freya Sargent now. Wicket in the last over.
Just like to see a fuller length, Craig. We saw again that length that got the wicket of Coulter Riley, tempting her into the drive. That's the ball. That's what I like to see.
You can see Kavanagh with her internal demons, one might say there. They really want her to chase down the track and have a big swing, but she's keeping those demons at bay at the moment. And she waits for the ball. Plays it round the corner behind. Square leg. Fielder out on that side, Sarah Forbes doing a fine job keeping it to a single. But Freya Sargent won't mind that sort of shot being played to her. It brings so many methods of dismissal into play. And now Woods to face her first ball from Sargent. Pushes it out on the leg side. There is plenty of room there for a single.
Remaining with her too deep on the sort of cow cornerish and deep square leg.
That one
that's
through.
Really well fielded. Fantastic bit of fielding there by Georgina Atkinson.
Canning in the vicinity to do the tidying up afterwards.
Well bowled.
Another over slips by. The score has moved on now to 67 for 3. We're starting to, in the second half of this innings now, 3 wickets down. It's still on as even. There's no sort of side pushing forward. Typhoons aren't knocking over the Scorchers, but the Scorchers aren't running away with a score either. All in all, most fascinating battle between bat and ball at the moment. Tactor continuing now. Oh, it's a leading edge. Oh, it slipped through the hands. That's unfortunate. It came off the edge of the bat, that was for sure. Woods not in control of the shot. It came out just behind point. And unfortunately tumbled to the turf. Really is quite a warm sun here now.
Yeah. Tactor a little unlucky not to have her second wicket there. Good delivery. Mixing it up with a slower delivery. I think that was Lana McBride there.
That was unfortunate. It's the first real opportunity Woods has given early on in her innings. This time just played by Kavanagh quite sensibly. Round towards square leg. Robin Searle doing the fielding out there. And again, that run rate just kept below 3. We didn't think it was going to be a high-scoring game today. I did mention 200, and I still feel that that's on for the Scorchers. Nice straight bat. Woods showing good defence here at the start of her innings. She'll want to play herself in for a while. Tactor just making sure that Kavanagh was safe in her ground. Little warning to her, if nothing else. And that's the end of the 24th over. The score has moved on to 69 for 3. Could so easily have been 69 for 4, though.
Good to see a young cricketer not being overawed by someone with the experience of Shauna there. Just keeping her honest. So Sargent continuing with her spell.
Well, Kavanagh has fetched that one from outside off, dragged it over to Cow Corner. It's run away for 4 runs. We haven't seen too many boundaries, but Kavanagh now feeling like she's played herself in. She's been out there since the first over. We're now into the 25th over. Feels she's seeing it well enough to take Freya Sargent on now.
Again, I go back to the key for Sargent is length today. Not being scared to well bowled. Nicely played and well fielded.
That's a delivery from Sargent on this occasion,
Yeah.
just outside the off.
I think she saw Kavanagh just coming at her ever so slightly.
I think Kavanagh's internal demons sending her wanting to go down the track to Sargent. She tries it on this occasion. Nicely fielded by Atkinson. But But yes, you can definitely see Kavanagh now looking to push the ball through the fielders.
And there we go. There's the second Sargent wicket to fall. Really what you'd been saying, Craig.
Well, the internal demons won the battle as far as Kavanagh was concerned. She did feel the need to take Sargent on, and she's just pulled that one straight into Atkinson's hands. Safe hands there. And the fourth wicket falls with the score on 73 as Kavanagh makes her way back to the sidelines, having made a fine 28. It took her 76 balls, but that's the sort of innings that was needed this morning. The bowling has been very good, and you can see Kavanagh wanted to, and she ended up having to fetch it from outside the off stump, and all she could do was steer it into Atkinson's hands.
I think that sort of delivery out over extra, Craig, rather than dragging it.
Yes.
You know, what Sargent is getting is she is getting turn. We can see that clearly from our location here this afternoon. The fourth wicket brings Lara Moritz to the wicket. Fantastic cricketer. Lara is.
Yes, has
bowls
been
with real pace.
Poses real danger with the ball, and now coming in at number 6 with the bat. Plays her cricket in the Balbriggan Club. She joins Woods in the middle for the Scorchers as Freya Sargent completes her over, and the score now 73 for 4. And perhaps the Typhoons may be starting to feel not on top, but maybe a nose ahead at this stage. 4 wickets down.
Yeah, I think that nose ahead description is a good one. I think they've got their 4 wickets. They've pulled the run rate below 3. I think all in all, Lulu Little will be a happy captain.
She will indeed, as we go into the second half of this first innings at this Evoke 50 over
Well bowled
Super
again.
Series game. It had been honours even for quite a while between these two teams, but now with a wicket falling in the 22nd over and another one falling in the 25th, it's changed the complexion of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really the Scorchers needed Shauna to bat deep today. You know, bat 40 odd overs.
Good ball again from Tector, going past the edge of a flashing blade. And again, the keeper doing a very neat job. It's one of those, it's like umpires, it's like goalkeepers. If you don't notice what they're doing, then they're doing a very good job. Sometimes you can see wicket keepers being all flashy and everything, but not tidy. Subdued Scorchers bench sitting outside their tent.
Really turning into a lovely day here in Park Avenue. The day started out very well for us in HBV, all thanks to Elaine Coburn. Beautiful jam scones and cream buns. Gotta say thank you, Elaine, and thank you to Kenny Carroll and his crew, who have done wonderful work in having the ground look so lovely for us today.
That's well played. Kept that one out. Good delivery from Tector.
No doubt about it. Kenny, one of the great men of Irish cricket, has been for so long, of course. Former international. One club man all his life. Great railway man. Hugely popular among the cricketing and indeed the hockey fraternity. Dual International is our Kenny.
A good ball through to the keeper, and that concludes the 26 over. And yes, the Typhoons will feel that they're on top at the moment. 74 for 4 after 26 overs. And you can see here the main contribution coming from Coulter, Riley and Kavanagh. And once they've departed, well, things have slowed down a bit now. Woods and Moritz are going to have to rebuild from here. But Sargent coming in with 2 wickets. What a great job she's done. 2 for 8 from just 3 overs. Canning having bowled her 10 all the way through. We questioned that decision by Louise Little at the start, but my goodness, it's paying off now. She kept the run rate right down. 1 for 15 from 10 overs on the trot.
In comes Sargent again. Nicely bowled.
It's 2 wickets for Sargent so far. She goes into her 4th over.
It's another good delivery.
As a bowler, you always love it when you see the batsman looking around, see where the ball's gone. Well, if you don't know where it was now.
Looks to be well and truly in her stride now, does Freya Sargent. And I don't mind that. I like to, if you're a bowler, you like to see the batters sweep the ball. You miss, I win, potentially.
So much can go wrong with those sweep shots. It's a lovely length she bowled. Maybe just drifting onto the legs a bit more than she wanted. That's outside. It does drop short of the fielders patrolling the boundary. Sarah Forbes it is.
Great throw. Well fielded, Sarah.
And perhaps one might say that those 2 fielders who are on the fence may be a little deep. I mean, as run saving, they're in the right spot and they will save a lot of runs out there. But if they're looking to take the catches, I think they need to come in 10, 15 metres from the boundary. Oh, good effort from the wicketkeeper.
Excellent effort.
It only came off, it wouldn't have been out either way. It came off the batsman's torso more than the bat or gloves, but a great effort to get a glove to it. And again, impressive work from the keeper.
Yeah, just continuing from what she's been doing all morning. Keeping a very tidy wicket.
27 overs gone now, 76 for 4. It's those of you who like to play such games, I wonder what total the Scorchers are going to manage to put on from here. 23 overs remaining, plenty of time.
Good delivery right up in the block hole. I always think of the great Steve McCarthy when I see that. No man loved a block hole delivery more than our Steve.
211 senior wickets. Testament to that. Oh, big swing from...
Again, I think the keeper thought that was...
Laura Moritz. She was looking to go big here.
Oh.
Inside edge, just not quite onto the stumps and not quite to the keeper. This one's... Well, that was a very difficult bounce for the keeper to take. The ball ended up being above her head.
The buys, or was it off the bat? Not sure.
Looks like it must have been off the bat. I haven't seen any signal from Paul Reynolds on that occasion.
No, nor me.
It moves on to 2. The score moves on to 78. An attempted slower ball this
Trying a
time.
slower one there. Yep. Always worth trying. When you're young, it's not easy to bowl that delivery.
When you're old, it's not easy to bowl that slower ball as well without it being obvious. But I'm happy that she's showing the bat that she wants to bowl slower balls. And again, it's just presenting more problems for the bat. This one's slipping down the leg side. But yes, even if it doesn't come off or it goes for a wide, then you have that distinct possibility that the bat knows that it may come again later, and perhaps more successfully. It's just showing more to the bat.
In comes Tactor.
Two balls remaining in the over as the umpires exchange signals. That's nicely played. Our scorers today are Cruz and H. Caird. They're doing their work over in the scorers box, keeping us all informed. Good ball, entices the flashing blade. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 80 for 4 after 28 overs. Tector 1 for 12 from 6 overs. What an excellent return that is, and it's doing its best to keep a lid on that run rate. Still well below 3. We didn't think it was going to be a particularly high scoring game. The lush outfield contributing to that. We've only seen 4 or 5 boundaries at this stage. Only one of them was really clubbed across the line, and that was Shauna Kavanagh through cow corner for a lovely 4 earlier on. But she's now departed, and Freya Sargent continues. Starts with a good length. Laura Moritz deciding to play that one very much with the bat. Pulled away into the leg side, past the square leg umpire. Sarah Forbes will do the fielding, keep it to a single. We haven't seen too many run for 2 today, but we haven't seen too many boundaries either. 79 for 4 after 28 overs. Well, nicely weighted. This time Woods prepared her shot, but then realised she needed to wait. She did so, played it out to the leg side. Robin Searle doing the fielding out there, and it's another single onto the total. This one comes off the inside edge, flies away. Atkinson does a good job of hunting it down. Sargent producing an excellent spell here. Just the second bowler used at this end. Goes a little short on this occasion. Robin Searle again called into action. And another single scored by Woods. And you do get the feeling that the Scorchers are wanting to take Sargent on.
It's one of the great things about cricket, Craig.
Again pulled out, again Robin Searle. This time a throw goes to the bowler's end.
Again, if I was little, I'd be taking my boundary riders in 8-10 yards.
Very much so. I have a bugbear about fielding in the ring. So many players, when they're asked to field inside the ring, are right on the edge of the ring. And too often it allows batsmen to take singles to them. I always like to see them, if you're going to start on the ring maybe and walk in from there, but walk in with purpose. And the same with these boundary riders. I don't think there's going to be too much in the air reaching that boundary. It's quite the longest boundary on the ground. And as you say, they just need to come in 5-10 metres, and they'll all still be cutting off the boundaries, but they'll also have the opportunity of the court ball. And that's what they're looking for.
Change of bowling from the St. John's end, coming into the attack. Sinead Thompson. Sinead was recently away with the Irish development squad in Scotland and had a hugely successful tour. Picked up lots of wickets. Nice to have a left arm seamer in your attack, Craig.
Well, they're so rare, and they pose such problems to batsmen. It's either left arm going across the right-hander, or sometimes like just coming back into your pads when you think they're going across. So yes, they're like hen's teeth, quite rare.
And when you look at the world of franchise cricket now, it's nearly a must-have as your left arm seamer.
Oh,
none more so than our own Josh Little.
very much so. And left arm seamers seem to have a premium on them, and especially if they're particularly quick. That's a lovely shot through the offside. Moritz has played that one beautifully, and it runs away to the boundary. And I do feel that the outfield is perhaps picking up a little bit of speed with the wind and the sun coming down onto it. And you see here Thompson just going a little wide, letting Moritz play it away past the diving fielder. And that just reaching the boundary just in time.
Just having that very discussion with your namesake, Craig Easdown from Cricket Ireland. We were just saying, I think the outfield is going to get quicker as the day progresses. It's a drying sun as well. There's quite a strong breeze coming in from the coast.
The great thing about that breeze coming in from the coast is it keeps all those clouds from the west away from the ground. It's just a little microclimate here in Sandymount.
I remember bringing some of my children in to play cricket here, and they would lash out that nursery rhyme on the way in. Rain, rain, go to Spain, never show your face again. That reminds me when I hear you talking about that microclimate that Sandymount seems to possess.
As I say, I was doing a Division 3 game yesterday, and there were actually 3 left-arm seamers in that team. That's a lovely delivery. As I say, across the right-hander, looking for the edge of the bat. And that's a good first over for Thompson. She'll be pleased with that, as will her captain. She's the 6th bowler brought on. And after 30 overs now, the score has gone on to 89 for 4. And these two have been together for quite a while now. 5 overs as we head into the last 20 overs of this first innings in this Evoke Super Series 50 game. These two sides met earlier in the season and the Typhoons came out on top. As we say, many congratulations to CSNI Women, who won the Premier League in the NCU in the last couple of days. And also Merion winning that All-Ireland Cup against Fox Lodge on Sunday. It's a busy, busy time for Irish cricket. Nicely weighted by Moritz. Realised she was into the shot a little early, hesitated, and that allowed her to pull it round further behind square than may have been the case originally.
What a good throw that was.
Sarah Forbes doing a fine job on the boundary there. Oh, that one's staying a bit lower.
Can't have missed by a million miles. That wouldn't mind seeing that one again at some stage, because that was mighty close, I think, to Sargent taking her third wicket.
That's a nice
Well
ball.
played.
Turning into the pads. Woods just turning it out on the leg side for a single. But yes, that previous delivery, I don't think it got up tremendously high either. Went under the bat of Woods. Nice straight bat, just playing that out on the offside. Very little will do the fielding. Freya Sargent now with 5 on the offside. 2 out on the leg side and 2 in. Again, just played away. Another dot ball. That's the end of another over. 31 gone. The score has moved on to 91 for 4. Woods and Moritz playing themselves in. And it looks like we're going to take another drinks break. And we'll be back with you for the conclusion of this innings very shortly. Well, the second drinks break has been and gone. Everyone refreshed. I don't think too many iced drinks were required today, although the sun, when it does come through, has a bit of heat in it. But after 31 overs, Scorchers have reached 91 for 4, and the Typhoons will feel they're ever so slightly ahead in this game, as Sinead Thompson now will bowl from the tennis court end. And as you say, good to see it left arm over. There would be a bright future in the game for Thompson if she progresses the way she has so far. That one straight across, and Woods waving the bat at it, doing best to get an edge. Not on this occasion. There's so much sun now, the wicketkeeper cap on.
Nice sight.
Shadows on the ground. Well, this one again going across the right-hander, but no danger to Woods. Wide enough that she could just leave that one alone.
Thompson just had a quick peep at umpire Reynolds there.
Yes, the number of times as an umpire, some bowlers do make it easier for you when they turn around and say, is that a wide? You say, yes, it is. That's a beautiful delivery. That's everything she wanted it to be. Bit of movement back towards the edge of the bat. Good length. Woods having to play at it. And on this occasion, it went through to the keeper, but this is a lovely delivery. You'd like to see more of that from Thompson. She'll obviously gain that consistency with more practice. This one gets through the keeper. Just came up a little early. They get through for a bye. But to be honest with you, I think Woods would be delighted to get away from Thompson, causing her a few problems outside that off stump, the ball going across the bat. Another good ball. Moritz having to play a very straight bat to that one. Thompson is causing difficulties for the bat. They don't seem to be able to get her away at the moment. One ball left in this, the 32nd over. And with the score 92 for 4, I shall leave you in the box for a minute.
Thank you, Craig. We're here in Park Avenue, the home of Railway Union Cricket Club. 32 overs have been bowled and the Scorchers move on to 92 now for the loss of 4 wickets. And I'm delighted to say hello and good afternoon, Ed Joyce.
Hi Heatley, lovely to be here. The sun is out, doesn't often happen at Railway.
No, it's quite warm too.
No, it's beautiful, I'm only joking. The ground looks really, really good. A lot of work going on in the corner on the new nets, which is great to see. But the ground looks beautiful actually, the outfield looks lovely and flat.
Confident enough appeal on the part of Georgina Atkinson. But umpire Hawthorne keeps his hands firmly by his side. So how's the summer treating you, Ed?
It's been an interesting summer, really interesting. Lots of cricket for the girls. Some really tough games. We had a really tough series against the West Indies, who we targeted winning a few games against. We feel like we're on a decent level with the West Indies team, and we were really disappointed not to come away with at least one victory from that series. It's a nice sweep shot there from Lara Moritz. In the meantime, but yeah, so it was a tough series, and obviously going into that Australia series straight afterwards was tricky as well. Best team in the world. Was always going to be tough, but I was pretty happy with how we actually performed in that. We batted really, really well, and there was some good stuff from the bowling as well. So that's another good shot from Siobhan Woods there, pulling the ball. I think that's an important shot against Georgia. Apologies. Both slow leg spins, so getting back and playing that pull shot's important. But yeah, for the girls, it's been a long, tough summer, and then we went to the Netherlands and won 3-0 there. So it's important to get those 3 wins on the board and get a bit of confidence back within the group, because it is tough losing that number of games, even though we're aware that it is a learning curve for a lot of our team.
Yeah, it certainly has been a busy summer for you. You've introduced a few new faces, some who are featuring here today.
Yeah,
here's an opportunity, and it's well taken, very well taken.
Georgina.
Yeah, smashing catch from Georgina Dempsey.
Well, she made that look easy, didn't she?
She did. And it was far from.
It was far from. It was a low catch, and she came in, and a low catch by the ankle is always tricky, but you know, as a group, we've done a huge amount of work on our catching, which was well needed, and it's good to see Georgina leading the way there. She'll be really disappointed there. Lara with that, because she's someone who's been a really good cricketer and looking to sort of get back into squads now as well, and some big scores would help her do that. But you asked me about some of the younger players. Yeah, the average age of the team now I think is about something like 21 and a half after Mary and Shauna have moved on over the last little while. So it's a very young group, really exciting group. But yeah, there's not too many experienced players there, especially when Emer Richardson doesn't play in a series. So it is a young group, but there's lots of good things about that as well. And it's love watching someone like Georgina's just taking that very good catch there, bowling against Australians and getting some big scalps. A couple of wickets and 2 balls there in that series. And she's going to get much more opportunity. Ava Canning is walking towards us here at sort of third. She's had lots of opportunity as well. So yeah, it's Freya Sargent just come into the squad as well against the Netherlands and did absolutely brilliantly. Looked like she'd been playing for years, and she's only a young woman herself. So it's a very young group, a really exciting group, and I think it's just the more time they spend together, the better.
Absolutely. Thompson continuing her spell, and the new bat is Jane Maguire. Good to see Jane back playing cricket, Ed.
Yeah, it is. She had a tough spell there with an injury. Always going to be with fast bowlers, but she's back now to full fitness, and she's batting reasonably high in the order here. It's a great opportunity for her at number 7. She wouldn't normally get that opportunity in the Scorchers. Obviously, a few players missing. So yeah, good opportunity for her to bat some time here as well in a 50-over game. But Sinead bowling here, a left armour. She's done really well last week in the development / under 19 series. She's in another exciting prospect from Clontarf. Left armours are worth her weight in gold. And she's made a good start here, and seems to have the wood over Shuan here a little bit. Shuan seems to be consistently playing inside the ball, expecting it maybe to swing back, which is understandable. But I don't think at this stage of the inning she's going to get that swing. So hopefully she learns from those couple of balls and starts playing maybe a bit outside that line. But yeah, Sinead's she's a very good cricketer, and she's a handy batter and fielder as well. So one to look out for.
Yeah, you mentioned when talking about Sinead there that development tour which just concluded. Well bowled. Another fine delivery. You mentioned that development tour to Scotland last week, and lots of young ladies, some donning a green jersey for the first time as well, and seemed to be a good tour as well.
Yeah, really good tour. The more cricket, the better from my point of view. A young group like that going over and spending time away, going on a tour abroad to Scotland, because that series was originally meant to be in Ireland. I actually think it's a good thing, going abroad and actually spending some time away and, getting to know your teammates a bit better and spending time in hotels and stuff like that and getting used to travel. So a really good tour, a couple of wins there, a really good one on the last day, another opportunity for some, Amy Hunter to captain the team, and, Freya to be a senior player and not junior player, for someone like Sinead who's bowling here to get an opportunity to open the bowling against a very good team. Scotland had lots of senior internationals playing in that series. Alice Tector obviously did very, very well as well. And Joanna got to keep a lot. Joanna Loughran there playing for the Typhoons got to keep a lot. And, obviously we've had two senior internationals, both wicketkeepers, retire recently. So, we definitely need Joanna to get up to speed as soon as possible. And it's a great opportunity for other keepers around the country to get into squads now as well, because Amy's obviously got the gloves and is number 1, but after that there's as I said, with those 2 senior players retiring, there's an opportunity for others. So anyone who fancies putting the gloves on has got a great opportunity in club cricket and Super Series cricket in the next year or 2.
Yeah, Joanna's done well here this morning.
She's very good standing up to the stumps. She's got quite a lot of work to do standing back, and usually it's the other way around though. I mean, usually it's easier to stand back and take those balls, and standing up takes a bit more work. So she's the other way around, and I think it's probably easier to deal with that. So she's already very good standing up to the stumps and against both the seamers and the spinners. Did really well at the Under-19 World Cup earlier in the year as well.
Absolutely. And as we speak, two of your senior players on Caribbean duty, Ed.
Yes, Gabby and Orla over there playing in the CPL. Brilliant for Irish cricket to have two of our better players, or two of our senior players over there. Senior players is funny for a 21 and a 22, 23-year-old, but they are two of our senior players, and well deserving of that opportunity as well. Both have done brilliantly over the last, several years. In Gabby's case, and the last couple of years for Orla, and I think they'll do really well over there as well. It'd be nice to get runs in that first game, just take the pressure off, because sometimes as an overseas player you can feel like everyone's watching you and you want to get those first runs on the board, just take the pressure off. But Gabby's done a lot of it, and the two of them are very, very classy players. The fact that they're over there at all is a great testament to them as players, but also to Irish cricket. So the more we have players playing well overseas, the more opportunity for some of the other girls as well. So it's brilliant to see them, and looking forward to watching them on the telly hopefully over the next few weeks.
Likewise.
Our skipper Lord Delaney is obviously over in England as well, playing for Lancashire over there in the 50 over competition, which is brilliant for her. So we've got 3 players overseas at the moment, and that's the more players we get overseas, especially doing well. Orla was brilliant for the Western Storm earlier in the year. This should create more opportunities for all the other girls as well. And that is out.
It is out.
That's gone round the legs of Jane Maguire there.
I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, I think the lack of pace is what Georgia Atkinson works on. She bowls her leg spin is very, very slow, and you almost have to wait for an age for it to come down. And Jane made the fatal error of going too far across there. And I think a little bit of turn back hit the leg stump. I'm just going to watch it again here on the screen.
Exactly as you said.
Yeah, I didn't even turn that much. I think Jane just got too far across her stumps there. It's quite hard to play the very, very slow spin. So you either need to come out and meet it, or sort of play it very, very straight. So Jane made the mistake of going too far across there and trying to fiddle it into the leg side, and that's very hard to do with the bowling so slow. It's a pity, because she had several overs to bat there, and she's been working very hard on her batting as well. While she was injured, she did a lot of work on her batting, and disappointing to get out there.
And Jane has a younger sister who's also broken into your senior ranks this year.
Yep, we're looking for players to come in, and finger spin is an area we're trying to get better at. And Amy Maguire bowls really nice left arm spin. She has natural action. She turns it quite a long way, and she's got a great attitude to to her training and to cricket in general. So it's been a breath of fresh air having her around. Her sister's very similar. So they're a great family. The Maguires, their whole family tend to come on tour as well and support, which is brilliant. She has a lot of work to do on her consistency, but that's very understandable for someone who's 16 and has only bowled.
There was a chance.
There was a chance.
Yeah.
Hard luck. Nearly stuck just the left hand up, and it just popped out.
The pop didn't quite work in her favour. We'll see it again now. Nearly.
Yeah, nearly. The second one nearly went in as well. Didn't quite get a third chance.
So what does the balance of the year hold for you, Ed?
We have a series against Scotland in Spain in October, so we're working up towards that. We have the rest of the season here to play in the Super Series, so I think all the teams are still open to winning this competition, which is obviously good for the competition itself. That last game is on the 17th of September. Then the girls will have a little bit of time off, and then a couple of weeks in October to lead into that series, really important series against Scotland over there. This is Ellie McGee who's come in here. Ellie's come in again, doing the same thing. Sinead seems to be going across the right-handers here, almost bowling off-cutters across. So, it'd be nice to see the two girls chatting in the middle here and actually discussing that and seeing how they can maybe access the ball on the offside a bit more than they're currently doing.
Yeah. Thompson continuing her excellent spell.
She has bowled very, very well here, Sinead. It looks like a hard enough wicket to bat on. I mean, it's true enough, but you know, if they can try and get up to 140, 150 here, they have something to defend. Currently don't have enough runs, I don't think, against this very strong Typhoons team.
In comes Thompson. Just pushed out into the covers for no run. And that concludes the 36th over. Scorchers move on to 98 now for the loss of 6 wickets. Wherever you may be joining us from this afternoon, hello and good afternoon to you. Delighted to bring you this Super Series game here in Park Avenue, the home of Railway Union Cricket Club. We were just saying it's the first time we've done a stream from Railway Union, so it's great for the guys to visit a new ground. And
yep, it is. Yep. I think looking at the pitch and looking at the ground, it won't be the last time we're here. Hopefully not. Anyway, it's a great club. My kids play soccer here in the winter, so I spend a lot of my winter months down here watching them both play. And they've obviously got hockey and rugby and lawn bowls and everything here.
The thing that struck me as well when I arrived this morning was the number of volunteers, all under the guidance of the great Kenny Carroll.
Yep, great club, man.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a really good club, this, and it must be hard to manage all the different sports. Obviously tennis over there in the corner as well, so they've got a load of different sports here, and they do a really good job actually keeping the ground in the condition that it's in.
It's a big rugby club here. It's particularly a big women's rugby club here.
It is. They're one of the strongest women's teams. So I said a lot of the time the girls will be doing their practice and playing games when my boys are also here training. So I get to watch a bit of that. Yeah, and they get good support down here as well. So it is a big rugby club, women's rugby club especially. But the football here is huge as well, especially the youth. They've made a big push on that. And obviously the tennis is full all the time as well. So yeah, it's a very big club.
Here's just an opportunity.
Up in the air. Oh
no, just dropped short. Here the Joyce boys aren't bad at the old footy.
Yeah, they enjoy it. That's the main thing. You know, they enjoy playing. They play the GA and the soccer in the winter. So they're the two games.
Yeah, it's certainly a thriving sports club, this. As our guest Ed Joyce, who is of course the head coach for the senior women's team. He's alluded to so many sports played here, from your cricket to your hockey and your tennis, your rugby, your lawn bowls. Wonderful complex situated in the heart of Sandymount.
That's well played from Shuan there. They just dropped out the deep cover fielder, and she's knocked it into that gap for one and taken the strike for the next over. But the Typhoons bowling very tightly here. They're doing a really good job of not giving away the runs. Even when they're not getting wickets, they're bowling a lot of dot balls. It's very hard for the Scorchers to get going.
Yeah, the Typhoons have bowled exceptionally well. They've been miserly in terms of giving away runs, both this morning and this afternoon. 37 overs have been bowled. Scorchers 102 for 6.
You asked about the winter schedule there. So we have Scotland in October, and then we have a big series against Zimbabwe in January. So that's they're a good team. They're someone we've had some good tussles with over the last couple of years. So we're looking forward to that tour and those. But they're also someone who we feel very confident competing well against. So we're looking forward to that series, and then in April there's more World Cup qualifiers. So there's another World Cup, a T20 World Cup next year. So we have those in April. So it's a busy enough winter, but one we're really looking forward to, and it works out quite well in terms of the schedule before it and leading up to it and training and stuff like that. So I think it's a good winter schedule.
Great. Thompson continuing from the St. John's end of the ground, and as she has done so often today, has started off with 2 dot deliveries. We're just commenting, great to see 2 young captains in play
That's
today.
a brilliant piece of fielding there from Alice Walsh. Sorry, Heatley. She sprinted round, picked it up and threw down the stumps, and Shewan just got in.
Sorry, I've just got to say, she has been fantastic all day.
She
Alice
has.
Walsh.
She has. She's been excellent in the field. Really, really quick over the ground. There's a
See it
replay
there.
of it now. It's into the gap, so it was a good call for a single, but that's exceptional fielding. Released really quickly and just got in. Really good piece of fielding from Alice Walsh, and I agree with you. She's been a live wire on the field, and the fielding has been pretty good all round actually for the Typhoons. That one's just gone down the leg side there from Sinead, so that's a wide ball. I mean, with this type of bowling that Sinead's actually doing, she's not really swinging the ball back, and she's going across the right-hander. It's hard to hit the stumps with this, you know. She's going to have a lot of play and misses. I wonder if she could think about coming around the wicket. It could be something that she thinks about, coming around the wicket, and then maybe she could attack the stumps more and bring another mode of dismissal into play.
Here's an opportunity, perhaps. No, just
dropped short of Freya.
Yeah.
Potentially could have dived there, maybe. It's hard to tell from this angle, isn't it? It could have been further away from her than we can see. Just chipped in the air by Ellie McGee there. Again, really good lines and lengths from Sinead Thompson.
Can't let you go without mentioning Amy Hunter, who led that development, captained that development tour, but who had such a... She's had a wonderful season for you. I mean, the highlight for me was that stunning knock against Australia. Well bowled again.
Just watch that last ball from Sinead there down to third. Nice tidy piece of fielding from Ava Canning, and another good over for Sinead Thompson. That's the 38th gone, and it's 106 for 6. Yeah, Amy's a super talent. Everybody's known that since she was a young girl, and she still is a young girl. But she's played quite a lot of cricket for us now, and she's become a really important player for us. She, you know, as well as being a super talent, she learns very quickly, and you know she'll learn from game to game very quickly. And that's really important when you're playing for Ireland, because you know a lot of the time these girls come into playing international cricket probably sooner than a boy would, and you know they're playing against top teams. But she gets better and better, and she doesn't seem to be phased by very much. Just knocked into the offside there by Siobhan Woods, and a good piece of fielding. But yeah, she's got great leadership potential as well. She already captained the 19s in their World Cup, albeit she got injured and couldn't. You know, Siobhan had to take over and do the rest of that competition. But yeah, she's got great. And one of the things about these sort of A tours or development tours is that you can give leadership opportunities to players who wouldn't necessarily get those. So she did really well. She batted really well, especially in the last game, to get the girls over the line. And you're right, that I think she thrives on. Good single there again for Siobhan. Good piece of running there from the 219s. So yeah, she's a super talent and really good player. And then you're right, that innings against Australia, I think they were watching. You could see the Aussies looking at her going, "This girl's pretty special." You know, and I think if you've got the best team in the world looking at you like that, then there's something going, something good is happening. You know, so she's really exciting there, and we've got a lot of exciting batting talents around her as well. So I think the team will be built around Amy for a long time to come.
As you say, it's hard to believe. Amy is 17?
She's 17, yeah. She'll be 18 pretty soon.
Wow.
Oh, good shot.
Excellent shot.
Straight over the bowler's head from Ellie McGee. Just eased it off the middle of the bat. And a nice 2 runs. Good calling between Siobhan Woods and Ellie McGee there. Yeah, she's 18 very soon. She got that 100 against Zimbabwe on her 16th birthday, and I think that was in October 2021. So she'll just turn 18 now in a few, probably in a month or two.
What a cricketing career she has ahead of her. Like so many of our fine young cricketing talents who are now showing off their skills at the highest level.
But she's not the only one. I think one of the things I've seen over the last couple of years is, you know, a real improvement, and this is coming from the coaches as well, real improvement in the youth girls cricket under 17 level around the country. You know, the unions, Northwest and NCU, I think it'd be fair to say, you know, have been a little bit weaker than Leinster over the last little while, but they're definitely putting a huge amount more effort into women's and girls cricket, and that'll come to fruition in terms of the standard of the players that are coming out of those competitions over the next few years, and it's already taking shape now, you know, so that's great to see. Sinead's just having... Oh,
well fielded again.
It is well fielded. Georgina's come back on. I think she spent a bit of time off feeling ill earlier, and she's come back on, a really good fielder. And again, Sinead getting another dot there in her 6th over. She's only gone for 9 runs in 5.1 overs, so she's done really, really well.
Well bowled again. Shuan Woods being very cautious.
It's tough for Shuan. She's faced a lot of balls, but she's also watched a lot of wickets fall at the other end. So she's probably thinking if she can get to, you know, if she can get to the 45th over, she might be able to accelerate then and get her team up to that 150, 160 mark if she can. But she needs a partner at the other end. That's a lovely shot. And a good call. Well fielded from Georgia Atkinson there at mid-wicket, but they still got through for the single. Nice calling.
That's a lovely shot. It's been one of the features of the Typhoons cricket this morning, has been their ground fielding and indeed their catching. It's been of an exceptional standard.
Again, well fielded. She seems to have brought her line a little bit straighter here, Sinead Thompson, targeting those stumps a bit more. And one thing I like from the Typhoons skipper is that she's kept 6 in the ring the whole time here. She hasn't just put someone out in the boundary and given them an easy one. So there's still a real pressure on the Scorchers trying to get off strike here. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket yet, Sinead Thompson.
She has bowled exceptionally well, as have all her fellow Typhoons. In a very good disciplined bowling display thus far. She may have one more to bowl. She will in this over.
This is where we take a foot off the ground, isn't it? 1-1-1.
Absolutely.
I think, you know, there's probably only been 3 or 4 boundaries in the whole innings here. I think that shows how disciplined the Typhoons have been with their bowling. They haven't given away many 4 balls, but really, really straight with a straight field and some excellent fielding.
Finishes off with another dot delivery. Ed, got to say a million thanks as always.
Absolute pleasure, Heatley. Thanks for having me.
Lovely to see you and lovely to hear your thoughts. And of course, we wish you continued success and I hope enjoyment with your role as head coach of our national women's side.
Thanks very much.
So, 40 overs gone. I welcome Craig Senior back into the box on a Nelson.
Oh, fascinating chat with Ed you had there.
Always enjoy chatting to Ed.
The future looks bright.
Very exciting to hear his thoughts on the state of the women's game in Ireland and the up-and-coming talent that's coming through the system now, and of course one of the all-time great Irish cricketers, Joyce. What a cricketing career he had.
Well,
One that only many could aspire to.
magnificent playing career, and making the move into coaching, and doing a fine job there of bringing talent through. It's in the air on the offside, but bounces in front of Little. I throw a little wayward, but costs no runs. And great to hear about how the players are doing so well that they're now being called overseas.
Yeah, isn't it great to hear?
And great to hear that
Delaney,
Yeah.
Lewis, Prendergast, all plying their trade outside of Ireland now, which is fantastic.
getting that opportunity in franchise cricket. Nice bit of
Skipper is
fielding.
currently with Lancashire. Great.
Well, we're into the tail end of this innings now. Whilst you were chatting with Ed, I saw a couple of wickets fall. And yet, probably the bowler I've been most impressed by this morning, or this afternoon, Sinead Thompson. She's bowled exceptionally well. Well, here is the Scorchers card. You can see Woods is doing some very good work. She's seen Moritz and Maguire come and go, but she's now putting together another partnership with McGee. Kavanagh and Coulter Riley got the Scorchers off to a decent start until the second wicket fell at 63. They're going well. Number of extras up to 34 now, and that's something that the coaches of both sides will be keeping an eye on.
And here's the bowling card. What a spell from Ava Canning. 10 overs, 1 for 15. Absolutely brilliant. All the bowlers have been so economical. Change of bowling. Skipper back into the attack. Louise Little, who bowled a very good spell this morning, I thought, Craig.
Did indeed. 3 overs this morning. Just the 14 runs coming from that.
Excellent.
But she was the first one to extract a bit of bounce out of the wicket. A bit more pace in her height. And still getting that little bit of movement back into the bats. Ellie McGee it is, who came in at number 8.
Run rate now well below 3 and over. Craig down to just over 2.7. You would think at some stage the Scorchers will look to hit the pedal and try and accelerate, but with only 4 wickets remaining and 8 overs at the end of this over.
It's a matter of timing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just 4 wickets in hand, 8 overs to go.
Well bowled again by Little, just pulling her length back a little, forcing McGee onto the back foot.
Yes, Ed has overseen a sort of overhaul of the Irish women's team. There's been a couple of retirements recently this summer. And as he said, well, the average age 21 and a half, he said.
That's got to be him. I should have asked him. I will ask him later.
Nicely,
Good shot.
nicely played by
Very
McGee.
good shot.
Not quite reaching the rope.
No, well
but they'll
fielded.
pick up 2 for that.
I was saying there can't be an international team with a younger age profile than what we currently has.
It would be difficult to find one, I think. You look at the very top teams in the world, and 27, 28 seems to be the peak
I think
time.
it's that when you're coming into your prime, certainly as a batsman, I would say. you know, your mid to late 20s. It's really at that stage in your career where you feel you know your game so well, you know your scoring and your boundary options. You know, so much to look forward to for our senior women's, and indeed the A side or the development side performing so admirably.
It was great to see Ed putting such emphasis on those development sides, those A sides, etc. Again, providing another step between the Evoke Super Series and the international side, and exposing them to players across
Very good shot.
the world. Nicely played out, leg side.
I think it was interesting on that development tour in Glasgow last week. I think there was 6 or 7 full Scottish internationals. So how good is that for our girls? You know, bowling at that attack, or indeed facing that attack.
And that series with Scotland taking place in October. That will be one to look forward to.
Yeah, and then Ed talked about potentially a series down in Zimbabwe, who are such great rivals of Ireland at both international men and women's.
Very evenly matched countries, both men and women.
Yeah.
Always close, exciting games.
Yeah. Here's an opportunity, and it's taken.
Louise Little taking a simple catch on the offside, trying to move the run rate on, you felt. She pushed at that, got at it a bit early, and Atkinson again successful. 3 for 15 she has now. She's almost, the slower she bowls, the more dangerous she is.
I think that is exactly the case. You know, particularly on this wicket, you know.
Bowling to her conditions.
Yeah.
See that one coming off the toe of the bat. And Little taking the simplest of catches. 116 now for 7.
You would think a lot depends on Woods now to try and get the total up in and around the late 130s, 140 mark.
Every run matters here now.
Absolutely.
So many times this summer we've seen tails wag, and it's the difference between winning and losing, whether it's in 20 overs or 50 overs. An extra 10 runs here, dragging out 20 runs. I mean, with 8 overs left, I don't think they'd score at a run a ball, but they certainly would be looking at 150, even with the scoring rates, as you say, below 2 3/4. But Atkinson has done a super job with the ball.
It's the flatter, quicker delivery that time.
Oh, when we're talking about the youth on the Irish full team, who are the youngest ones to have started?
Well, I think I'm right in saying that from an age profile, we have in the top 10 of youngest international cricketers currently, we have 6.
Well, who are the 6 is the question. My first guess would be going back a little bit, now playing for Australia, Kim Garth.
Gabby Lewis, Lucy O'Reilly.
And this one gets past the keeper down the leg side, slips away, change of bowling at that St John's end with the return of Alice Tector.
Robin Lewis. No.
Amy Hunter. We're getting nose at the background at the moment. I don't think so.
No. Amy Maguire.
This one wide outside the off stump. Just looking to hide the ball away from the batsman on that occasion. Wasn't to be, went a bit wide. One of the littles.
Louise Little. That's 5.
Oh, and she's bowled up. That's a super delivery, full of length. Played around it, careered into the stumps, and that's the 8th wicket falls with the score on 118.
Sorry, I have it.
Go on.
Elena Tice. We've got to get those names down, Greg. So we've Garth, Lewis, Tice, O'Reilly. What else did we get? Little.
Do we not have 6 there now?
We have 6. Yeah,
We'll give you the 6. Kim Garth, Gabby Lewis, Tice, Hunter, O'Reilly and Little. Not Hunter.
Hunter. Okay.
Ooh. When you score a century on your 16th birthday, one suspects you are one of those, but did you say Robin Lewis?
I did, and I got a
You
no
got turned down on that one. This one just shoots off the bottom of the bat, runs away. Leave McNulty the new bat, and she's off the mark. Wide again, outside the off stump, this time within the blue line. 2 balls remaining in the over. That's one for you, Heatley. Well, we know that
Josh van der Flyer. It is, but I'm thinking Josh's sister. Wow. Here we go.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have got that.
Wouldn't have got that, no. Okay. And 1 cap? Yeah. We learn something new every day, Craig.
Every day is a school day.
Absolutely. So the new batter to the wicket is Niamh McNulty. Here's an opportunity, perhaps. No.
That's a nice
Clears the
shot.
infield. Very good shot. Delighted to see Niamh captaining Marion in the All-Ireland T20, the Arica-sponsored Cup final there last Sunday. Great to see a young girl of her age taking on such responsibility, and did a mighty fine job as well.
Must be an absolute pleasure to captain that Marion team. You've got such experience there that you can turn to as a young captain. I did my first captaincy age 25 and was very fortunate to have the doyen of Leinster Junior cricket as my mentor on that team, Michael Sharp.
Yeah.
Michael Sharp.
Hello, great Michael Sharp.
Indeed.
I think Kieran is home or present, and if he is, and he's with us, hello and good morning to you, Sharpie. I hope you're well, as I hope Mum is as well. I hope she's doing okay.
Atkinson 3 for 16 so far. You can see with just 2 wickets remaining, Little persisting with the leg spinner. Guile has been the cause of her wickets.
And it's a good call. Nicely played. One of the great go-to shots, that dab down to sort of the vacant gully area.
Just go through, take your run, get down to the safety of the non-striker's end. Down for a big sweep to one that's called a wide down the leg side. It was certainly there. Wood's doing very well at this stage.
Certainly.
And this is clever by the Scorchers. You take the runs that are on offer. We haven't seen too many boundaries in this innings, but if you can pick up 4 or 5 and over from here on in, just by dabbing it, as you say, down to that gully area or in front of the fielders. You can see Freya Sargent is, well, you can't see it on your screen, but just at mid-wicket.
Atkinson pulling Tector into that sort of vacant area. Like to see her a little finer.
It's
Is
in
an
the air
opportunity.
again.
Oh!
Just through the hands. Georgina Dempsey made the ground, got her hands to the ball, but it didn't stick. And it's another run for the Scorchers. They're trying to eke their way up to that 150.
Well, I was going to say what has impressed me enormously about Siún Woods' innings was she was dropped very early on. It had no bearing on her approach to her innings. She just put the head down. As you so rightly said, has just pushed it round, pushed it into the gaps. She's on 23, vital 23 for her side. And that concludes the 45th over now.
Well, you can see Woods, she came in at number 5. She's seen wickets fall all around her. She's seen 5 fall now. Now she has McNulty with her for company. And they're looking just to push on as much as they can, get that total closer and closer to 150. Just Hannah Little waiting in the shed. But so far it was Kavanagh and Coulter Riley with a partnership of 58 for the second wicket that really put the base in for this innings. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
That is what they called castled.
Absolutely. This one, the bat just playing down the wrong line, missing it, careering into middle and leg. And that's the 9th wicket down with 125 on the board. And that 150 looks a long way off now as Hannah Little strides out as number 11. You can see here, this is a beautiful delivery. If they miss, you hit. And never was that truer. And right now, started on off and it came back in.
Beautiful
took middle
delivery.
and leg.
Absolute corker.
And McNulty
Well
goes for
Lulu
3.
Little. This must be weird. Sister to sister.
Oh, I'd say it's happened many times in the back
Probably
garden.
has. Alice Tector is bowling. Apologies.
I'm sure you'll be pulled up on that later on. But Hannah Little comes in. Coming in at number 11. Another one of Pembroke CC's internationals. Proudly on the honours board. Not a bad person to have coming in at 11, that's for sure. Now, the first thing for the Scorchers, of course, is they'll want to bat the full 50 overs. Still 28 deliveries to go. You don't want to leave those behind.
Tector continuing her spell.
Searching for her 4th wicket.
Yeah. Good work on the part of Dempsey, keeping the batters honest there.
Well, the Typhoons won the toss and decided to bowl, and I think they'd be very happy with the outcome after that
The
decision.
Typhoon skipper, Louise Little, has done very little wrong today. Here's a chance. And it's dropped. Here's a chance of a run out. And it's not taken.
Well, doing their best to end the innings early. On this occasion, Sarah Forbes unable to hold on. She'll be a little disappointed with that. The hands go on to the top of the head. That'll prey on her mind for, well, one hopes, until now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Tector must have thought that she'd got that fourth wicket. She's only gone for 16 runs. Nearly 8 overs. It's a superb bowling performance all round from the Typhoons. There hasn't been too many loose deliveries. There's been a few wides, but nothing loose for batsmen to get hold of, that's for sure.
Here's a chance. No. Drops just short.
Good fielding again.
Yeah, excellent fielding.
Whilst they have put down 2 or 3 chances of catches, you can't fault the ground fielding today. There's been no diving over the ball. There's been no escorting it to the boundary. It's all been clean pickups and get it back in. The coach is obviously doing a lot of fielding work with the sides.
Well, it was one of the points that Ed made so succinctly this morning, that the one area that they've been working very hard on is the whole area of catching.
Adi Burrell used to say, well, we might not be world-class bats or bowls, but we can be world-class fielders.
Well taken. Good single.
And that was a hallmark of the Irish men's team for many years, was the level of fielding.
You had the great William Porterfield at point. He was like a panther that prowled there, wasn't he? I used to love watching him. He was so brilliant.
Freya Sargent now from the hockey end.
I'm glad both Robin Searle and the skipper Louise Little are a little tighter in the ring, getting back to a point you made earlier.
Just one outside the ring now. Sarah Forbes down at deep square leg for the sweep shot. But plenty of cover in front of her as well. Nice work from the keeper, just keeping an eye, making sure the bat remains in her ground. Freya Sargent, a couple of successes today already. Half-hearted appeal.
Keeper wasn't really with her bowler there.
Bit of choreography required, I think.
Quicker delivery, well bowled.
They go for the quick run. All backed up, Ava Canning. Alert to what was going on. And that's good to see. It's always, the ball gets hit out on one side and all the fielders on the other side go, well, that's not ours. But not on this occasion. Canning staying alert to the very end. And there is that sweep shot. You can see why Forbes is out on the boundary there. She's been joined by a second fielder out there, but not required on this occasion. And that's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 130 for 9. And slowly but surely, they're getting closer and closer to putting up a total that they feel they'll be able to defend on this ground.
It'll be fascinating, I think, to see how the Typhoons start. Is it as, I won't say tricky a wicket, but is it as difficult as scoring a wicket at as it appears to have been? All will be revealed very shortly. Change of bowling for the Typhoons. Georgina Dempsey back into the attack, who bowled so well earlier on today. Opens with a loose one.
Down the leg side for 1.
Thompson scurries in and
Good ball going past the outside edge, but unfortunately the keeper slipped out of her grasp. Enables Little to get back down to the non-striker's end. Adds one onto the total. We'll take it on to 1-3-3.
It's one of those difficult ones for the keeper that it bounced just in front of her. Doesn't make it easy. We're in the 48th over. Scorchers 133 for 9 now. It's a good delivery and a good shot, but no run.
Woods looking to pierce the offside field with that one, but it ran straight to Little. Another dot ball. It hasn't been the easiest of tracks to score runs on. Number of boundaries. Well, you might not count it on one hand. Unless perhaps you're from Norfolk. But we saw that 4 from Shauna Kavanagh early on. Out towards Westwood Gym. And we saw the edged one she had as well. Oh, that one's pulled away nicely. Clears the ring, runs away to the boundary, down at the Westwood Gym.
These are such valuable runs.
Absolutely vital. The last wicket fell on 1-2-5. "12 runs from your last wicket." It's a big partnership.
In the context of this game, a crucial one.
Nicely played by Woods. She's picking out the gaps. Sarah Forbes comes in cleanly, picks it up, but can't prevent the single. Just the 3 fielders out in the deep at the moment. Ava Canning at third. Robin Searle, deep square leg. And we have a fine leg, a long leg as well. Everyone else there trying to prevent those singles. 48 gone now. The score has moved on to 138 for 9. And this last wicket partnership, well, it's a thorn in the side of the Typhoons now.
And it'll be interesting to see, do the Scorchers take this little bit of momentum into the second innings, as you say?
A couple of early wickets in that second innings and the Scorchers will really be buoyed by that. The spirits will be lifted by this last wicket stand to start with.
It's well bowled, very well bowled by Freya Sargent.
You can see now with just nicely played.
She's got her lengths a little bit wrong there.
You can see Woods is keen to sweep Freya Sargent. A couple of occasions in this over she's looked to do so, and it hasn't quite been there for it. On this occasion she got it out to the boundary where Sarah Forbes did the fielding and kept it to a single. And just 10 balls remaining in this innings now. Well, you can see the Typhoon ring fielders now all wide awake and alert. They know that the Scorchers are more likely to try and take singles pushed around into gaps than going for the big blows. Just 1 run from this Sargent over so far.
Should be 2 there, perhaps. No, they won't. Excellent fielding. Very good throw. So that concludes the 49th over.
And again, the importance of batting your overs shown. These two coming together 15 runs ago. 125 for 9 and now 140 for 9. You sense the Typhoons just want to get back onto the sidelines. And we have the last over now. Georgina Dempsey to bowl it.
Nice to see a nice little crowd building up here, Craig. People maybe in at their lunch break and having a sandwich and watching the cricket. It's well bowled. Good and straight.
Good defence from Little as well. Just keeping that one out. You sense she wants to go. Wants to take the single. There is plenty of room out at square leg if she can squeeze one out there. Or even down to third where Ava Canning is down on the boundary. Single is taken.
Well run. Woods took off immediately there. Good cricket on her part. Acutely aware of the situation.
Big shot. First really big blow we've seen today. And it goes for the maximum in the last over.
Terrific shot on the part of Siwan Woods.
Absolutely
What a great
beautiful
shot this was.
In her arc.
Yeah.
Big long levers.
Slot delivery, and it was dispatched.
And suddenly that score moves to 147.
Should just be the one.
They might try and take the second here. Little decides against it. 148 with just 2 balls remaining.
Always nice to break the 150 barrier.
Just psychologically, every run you get after that, even if they score 3, they still need more than 150. Paul Reynolds signals the wide. 149. This partnership already worth 24 runs. This partnership just 27 balls.
Well bowled.
Well called by
Just hold
Woods.
it, hold it, hold it.
And that is the 150 up for the Scorchers. And that will bring a smile to the faces of the players on the sideline. I certainly feel they have something to defend now in the second innings. As you say, psychologically important to get to 150.
They've done well. They've taken the run rate from 2.6, 2.7 to just over 3 and over now. Last ball of the innings. And it should just be the one, you would think.
Little turns, but
They need to get the ball.
no thought of the second. Paul Reynolds waits for the ball to go dead.
Still waiting for the ball to go dead.
And he signals no ball.
Oh,
So Hannah
he
Little,
also signals a free hit.
Hannah Little will have free rein here. It's a free hit. It's the final ball of the innings. This will go one of 2 ways. She's going to want to go big. You're going to see the big levers. Super shot down the ground, and it gets past the fielder. And Hannah Little ends the innings with a boundary, with a 4. It takes the score well past that 150 mark we were talking about. But we said at the start this was going to be an even game. We said halfway through the first innings, neither side had really stuck their noses in front. And even at the end of this innings, you have to say there's no definitive answer to who's going to win this game. Woods ends up with beautiful 40 runs, and how vital that has been. Came in at number 5, has had a number of partnerships, and Hannah Little coming in at 11, scoring 9 from 16 balls.
She has had a number of partnerships, maybe none quite as valuable as the final wicket.
Well, the Scorchers have reached the total of 156 from their allotted overs. And it was Kavanagh and Coulter Riley with a partnership of 58 for the second wicket that laid the base. But Woods, well, she's been the one consistent since. She's seen wickets fall all around her until Hannah Little came in. And it's that partnership of 31 at the end. Second biggest partnership of the innings. Once Coulter Riley and Kavanagh have put on 58 for the second wicket. Woods and Moritz 22, Woods and McGee 19. In fact, it's Woods and everybody has put on an awful lot of runs.
And excellent work on the part of the bowlers. Canning 1 for 15 off her 10. Dempsey 0 for 43. The most expensive bowler on show today. Louise Little just bowled the 4 overs. Good spell from Tector and Sargent, both very economical, picking up 3 and 2 wickets respectively. Excellent spell from Sinead Thompson, who was unlucky to go wicketless, and Atkinson with her slow leggies, picking up 3 for 20 off her 7.
Well, the way it stands at the moment, the Typhoons will have 50 overs in which to score 157 runs to win this. You see there, Woods ending up the highest scorer for the Scorchers with her 40 not out, and they've put themselves in a position to win this game if things go their way in the second innings. We'll take a break now, and we'll be back for that second innings in 30 minutes.
Not quite sure. I think you may be right, but one way or the other, it will be all to play for when the Typhoons come back to bat, when they will require 157 for victory.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Park Avenue, home of Railway Union. We're here for the Evoke Super Series 50 over game between the Scorchers and the Typhoons. And we saw a good first innings there, Heatley.
Really enjoyed it, Craig. Enjoyed every aspect of it. It was a little bit cat and mouse early on. Obviously, the Scorchers lost an early wicket and then they dug deep. Shauna Kavanagh doing very well, as did Christina Coulter-Riley, and then Siobhan Woods, I thought, batted tremendously well right throughout the innings, and she really added a little bit of impetus at the end. So all to play for.
Very much so. Well, the Typhoons starting with Sarah Forbes and Georgina Atkinson. And they're off the mark straight away from the first ball. That'll be a good start for them.
Good positive start for Sarah. She'll be glad of that. Settle a few nerves in the tummy.
Jane Maguire, who's opening the bowling for the Scorchers from the tennis court, the hockey pitch end, rather. Getting my sports mixed up. Oh, I don't think it's going to be an easy chase for the Typhoons. Nope. It's an awkward total to chase after. Just over 3 and over required. Oh, that's well run. Just 3 on the leg side at the moment for this first over. Plenty of gaps there if Maguire does stray onto the pads. But it'd be interesting to see how the Typhoons approach this second innings and this medium target. This one gets past the keeper. They come back for 2, quite handily. Super throw in from the boundary there. And a little it is down at long leg.
It's been a start full of intent on the part of the Typhoons.
Great to see them being so positive. Sophie McMahon ensuring that no single taken on that occasion. Oh, beautiful sunshine we're bathed in at the moment.
Absolutely glorious.
There is a good crowd down,
yeah,
and if you're in the area...
The wind has picked up, which is good. I'm glad to see that. It'll blow any nastiness away.
That's a good ball. Right up there. Sarah Forbes just playing that one out. Concludes the first over. 4 come from it. But it is a good start.
I think it's really important here that the Typhoons don't in any way go into their shell. I think they've got to, get stuck in from the off, play with intent, play exactly as they did with the first over there, even the first ball of the game. A short delivery from Maguire to Forbes, but she very quickly got herself into a good position to pull the ball out to deep square leg.
And with it being the first ball of the innings, there's an element of caution in the bat, and you just play it round the corner, as opposed to if you're in the 30th over, I suppose you'd be trying to lift that one. So it played very sensibly as well. Well, this one lifted out to the leg side. It's going to reach the boundary. Bowling of Niamh McNulty. And she is at the tennis court ends. And her first ball pulled into the leg side for 4.
Just too short there, Craig.
And that was one of the things that the Typhoons did really well, was keeping their length right up there, making the batsmen do everything. On that occasion, as we said, if you do drop it in too short, it is liable to sit up.
Slightly got away with that again.
Again, another quite attacking field by the Scorchers. Just 3 on the leg side. Deep square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. And then on the offside, well, Shauna Kavanagh in at slip, next to keeper Polly Inglis. It's in the air.
Here's a chance.
Falling just inside the ring. Christine Coulter-Riley, the fielder there, on the offside. As I say, Shauna Kavanagh in at slip. And then we have a third. Point. Covers. Extra cover. And mid-off. Good slower ball. Good variation. Just giving the bat something different to think about. They're nervous openers. First couple of overs. They want to get bat on ball.
Excellent work on the part of Niamh McNulty there. And in she comes, right arm over the wicket. Another good delivery. It's just pushed out gently into the covers. No run.
Well, there is a good bit of bowling on this Scorchers side. No doubt the captain herself will be on to bowl at some stage. Sophie McMahon, very successful. It's in the air again. That's 2 that have just dropped short of Christina Coulter-Riley out at point. Is it worth a while coming in a yard or 2? Just put that bit of pressure on if they are going to lift it there.
Yeah.
2 overs gone then. 8 on the board. No wickets down.
Interesting, those 2 shots you spoke of from Atkinson. They were handsy. They're just trying to get our hands through the ball. Somewhat fortunate that neither of them carried to the waiting offside field.
So Maguire to continue now. The 3rd over. 8 on the board after 2. Asking the question. Mark Hawthorne shaking his head
I'd
very
like
quickly.
to see the girls improve when it comes to asking the question. I'd like them
There
to be a
needs to be
little
more-
more vociferous.
More conviction.
Yes, exactly. Very
At
well.
the moment, it's a polite inquiry.
It is, yeah.
Going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Yes, it's something in the women's game, certainly within Leinster. That's where my, I wouldn't say area of expertise is, but where my knowledge is. And sometimes it's almost a negotiation with the umpire. You can see players turning to the umpire and saying, not out loud, but in their body language saying, should I appeal for that one? They're waiting for the umpire to give the decision without an appeal.
Yeah.
And we all know how a ring of fielders all appealing in unison can influence umpires.
Absolutely.
Good ball from Maguire. This is a good over. Keeping both bats quiet here. Plenty of enthusiasm within the Scorchers field. These first few overs, they're really looking for a breakthrough that will put pressure on to the Typhoons. Delivery played with a very straight bat to finish the third over. That's a maiden. And the score remains on 8 without loss after 3 overs. And Sarah Forbes and Georgina Atkinson, well, they'll want to build a good, solid platform for the rest of their team as they chase down this total 156 scored by the Scorchers, 157 required for victory. Typhoons currently top of the table, and the Scorchers yet to record their first victory. It is a nice day in Park Avenue today. There is a bit of a breeze. Oh, very good length ball delivery there. Neve McNulty getting that one right up to the bat's feet. Atkinson doing the right thing and just keeping it out.
I saw Neve on Sunday in the T20 All-Ireland final out in Malahide. Thought she was terrific.
That one,
Good shot.
Atkinson beating the fielder in the ring. Moritz it was who couldn't quite get down to that one. Just a single. Forbes just taking a moment to compose herself. Oh, that's a good length ball. It's played out just in front of square leg. There is a fielder out there. Ellie McGee with the super return to Polly Inglis behind the stumps. And the run onto the total. Double figures reached. The one just a little short on length allows Atkinson to pull it into the leg side. There are only 3 fielders there. Safe single. No chance of a second. Well, she's taking on the fielder here. And the throw just a little errant.
Good single. Again, it shows the intent that the Typhoons have really shown from the off here today. Nicely played, just pushed to the left hand of mid-on.
You get the feeling that the Scorchers bowlers are just learning what length to bowl. This one far too full, taken as a full toss, and Atkinson says thank you very much and pumps that over through mid-wicket.
And that is not the length to bowl.
Searching for that full length, going too far. Atkinson, no need for footwork there, just a swing of the bat, took it over the leg side, over the boundary, and takes the score on to 16 without loss after 4 overs. And yes, I do like this positive attitude that Typhoons have gone out with. It's not, oh, we'll see where we are and we'll see how we go. No, let's take the runs that are on offer. Atkinson saw that that was a full toss, put it away without a second thought. You'd have thought she'd been out there for 10 overs or so, the way she picked up that so quickly. Very positive. That's what they want to see. They've already got the run rate up to 4 off 4 overs. The score on 16 without loss. Jane Maguire to continue. Big appeal. Bit more coordinated than appeal.
Absolutely, but umpire Hawthorne very quickly indicating it came off the pad, which we'll see now.
Maguire drifting down the leg. It's just flicked the pad on the way through.
Yeah. Good decision.
Nicely played out on the leg side. Again, just the three fielders there. Plenty of room for singles. Sophie McMahon, skipper of the Scorchers today, is the one to do the fielding there.
Say, Craig, I love the kit that the Scorchers, the Typhoons and the Dragons have played in this year. Lovely. Lovely colours. I think it adds greatly to the offering on show.
Well, we've had, as you know, a few of the players from Pembroke are in this Evoke Super Series, and earlier on this season, well, there's a few players brought down a whole load of old gear, which the kids love. The kids love the chance to wear the colours of the Super Series, or even the international shirts that came down. It was like watching Piranha with a hock of ham lowered into the water. They all wanted the hoodies and the...
How lovely.
The trousers are the ones that get left behind. But the
That's
shirt's
funny.
exceptionally popular. Jane Maguire now into her third over, gets an inside bottom edge from
That
Atkinson.
could go the distance. No.
It's well picked up inside the fence. But they'll get two more. And now just one ball remaining in the fifth over. Then we'll be halfway through the power play. But with this pitch the way it is today, I don't see the field suddenly at the end of the power play scattering. I think the Scorchers know they need to take wickets and they need to be positive. And that's 5 overs gone, and the score has moved on to 19 without loss. Just by comparison, after 5 overs, the Scorchers had lost that one wicket very early on in the first over, and they'd progressed to 20 for 1 after 5 overs. So honours even at the moment. Eve McNulty now to bowl her third over, the 6th over of this innings.
Nice shot.
A nice shot because she was so nicely balanced and her weight was coming forward, so even though she didn't aim to hit the ball with any great strength, it did power away from the bat. She moved into the delivery. No run on this occasion.
That'll be dispatched.
Well, Neve McNulty has bowled 2 that have been too full, and both of them have ended up going for boundaries. These are boundaries that, well, the Scorchers can ill afford, really. Forbes, just as her partner did, putting away the over-pitch delivery. Very good from Sarah Forbes, having hit the boundary off the previous delivery. Didn't then think she had licence to swing, but indeed played the ball on its merits. Went out on the offside.
Another nice cricket shot from Sarah Forbes, trying to pierce that closely knit offside field. Deep point. Extra cover, close cover. Nicely played from Forbes. Tickle should easily be 2 there, I would have thought.
Absolutely lovely shot. Didn't need to try and overhit it or try and reach the boundary. Just put bat on it, got it out of the way of the wicketkeeper, and 2 easy runs for Forbes. Total moves on to 25. McNulty ends the over with a dot, and with 6 overs gone, the score now has moved on to 25 without loss. And this is a good start from the Typhoon pair.
It's an exceptionally good start, and I think the run rate verifies what it is we've just said. Run rate now over 4 and over. And I think if the Scorchers are going to make inroads, they're going to have to take a wicket or 2 relatively shortly, Craig. They don't want these guys putting on 40 or 50 runs. No.
And this is a totally different situation to the first innings, where Canning just bowled her 10 overs straight through. Because you're in search of wickets, I think at this stage it will be 4 overs perhaps the openers will get. Nice shot back down the ground. Woods does the fielding. Oh, sorry, yes, Woods does the fielding. But yes, it's a different set of problems for the Scorchers captain. The Typhoons captain, her first thought was to keep the runs down, and certainly Canning was a big part of that. 15 runs just coming off her 10 overs. Oh, that's a good ball from Maguire. Very full of length. Nicely played onto the leg side, Christine Coulter-Riley. Can't prevent the single. Scorchers will need to feel they take a wicket, otherwise this game could run away from them quite quickly. And in some ways the example of Georgina Atkinson in the first innings came on with the slowest bowling of the innings and was hugely successful. Now, I'm not suggesting that somebody like Georgina would open the bowling or be first changed, but certainly it would be very useful to have such a bowler on this wicket.
Oh, no doubt about that. And as we see Shane Maguire bowl another dot ball. Good spell this from Maguire. Just the 8 runs coming from her spell. Her spell being 4 overs. Good tidy cricket on her part.
Well, apart from those 2 lifted deliveries out towards point which fell in front of the fielder, no chances given by either bat at this stage.
Yeah.
And they're going along quite nicely. Just another 131 required. I say just. Sure, that seems a long way off to the 2 of them at the moment. As Holly Inglis has called to the sidelines to get her helmet, suggesting she's going to be standing up to the wicket here now. And there is a change of bowling at the tennis court St John's End. Sophie McMahon, captain, bringing herself on. Staying with pace at the moment, but looking for that breakthrough. This one careering into Atkinson's pads, just running out the leg side, no run there. Oh, that's a beautiful shot through the offside, driven through the covers. It's collected just in front of the boundary, but it's another 2 runs for Atkinson. Of course, another Irish batter who was in tremendous form at the weekend at that T20 final, Leah Paul. I saw 2 reports, either 111 or 112, but
she was superb.
She's become such an integral part of the Irish women's team now, Leah Paul, with her left arm spin and her ability with the bat.
Struggled a bit to get into the T20 side. Hasn't been selected in the starting 11 the last couple of times.
Well, weight of runs on such occasions as cup finals will certainly bring her to the attention of the coaching management side of things.
Big time.
Another one that's too full, another one that's put away.
Oh, that's gone the distance.
Well, we saw 1-6 in the first innings. Here we are in the 8th over. And again, bowler, another one straying, looking for length. Just too full and put away. 14 of the 34 runs have come from 3 balls that were just over pitched and turned into full tosses. And Atkinson has benefited on 2 of those occasions. She's moved on to 22 now. I don't know what the collective noun for Scorchers are, but there was a pack of them hunting that ball down around the point area. Christine Coulter-Riley now has dropped out to the boundary square on the offside. The other fielder outside the ring is at mid-wicket. That's
Good over for the Typhoons, 8 off it. They'll be happy with that. 8 overs gone also. And the score moves on to 34 without loss. Really good start this for the Typhoons. They'll be delighted. Louise Little, I'm sure, will be sitting pretty after lunch. She'll be happy with, very happy with both Forbes and Atkinson. They've been both excellent thus far, as has Jane Maguire, who's about to start her 5th over and does so with another dot.
Well,
Jane has become an integral part of the Irish side over the last couple of years, Greg. Great cricketing family from a great cricketing heartland. The north from the play their cricket with the Hills. North County Dublin family. 2 tremendous cricketers, the 2 girls.
Nicely played away down to 3rd.
Yeah.
We'll just take the single, but it releases the pressure. Gives the bowler something else to bowl at. And brings the score up to 35. That run rate required suggests that either way this game isn't going to go the full 50 overs. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, just played off her feet. Just be the 2 again.
What I liked about that, Craig, was the manner in which she waited. She waited.
Kept it balanced, didn't topple over, head was still. Just a nice cricket shot. I know all the theory, just can't do it myself.
Welcome to my club.
Another nice shot from Atkinson, just plays that up to mid-on.
The best strike rate of the day as well, nearly. Excellent.
She has been helped with those loose deliveries.
Yep. You got to put them away, though.
Absolutely. She's managed that on 2 occasions. Another one just nicely played on the leg side. Maguire letting that one run through. End of the over. Another good over for the Typhoons. Yes, if the Scorchers are to win this one, one feels that it's going to be by taking 10 wickets. If it does go for 50 overs, you can be pretty sure that by that stage the Typhoons will have reached their target. 157 was the target from 50 overs. Currently 38 without loss from 9. Just one more over now in the power play.
Here's a chance. And that is the first wicket to fall. A rather poor delivery, it has to be said. And Atkinson just not getting on top of the shot. You'll see it here now. She'll be disappointed with that, having had such a good start.
Well, 25 from 28 balls, and this is how her innings came to an end. Neve McNulty.
Sophie McMahon.
Oh, sorry, Sophie McMahon, of course.
Very wide, Craig.
It was very wide, and she didn't move her feet across towards it. It was just the bat and hands. You said earlier that she played a shot just getting her hands to the ball. She didn't get a body to it on that occasion, and just ended up lifting it to Amy Maguire. Took a nice simple catch. But 2 4s and a 6 went a long way to making up her 25. But she's now gone, and the first wicket score fell with the score on 38.
Big breakthrough that for the Scorchers. They needed that.
They certainly did. That partnership was going along far too nicely. 38 for the first wicket. And as you say, it's not always the good ball that gets the wicket. You feel that Georgina Atkinson will be on the sidelines now, just kicking herself a little bit. Had a chance to go on and make a big score there.
Whereas Sophie is the other side of the coin. New was a poorish delivery and well bowled and well run. Good cricket all round.
Robin Searle gets off the mark from her first delivery. Quite a sensible thing to do. Get down to the non-striker's end so you can just have a look, see how your partner's playing with it, see how the bowler is doing. Sophie McMahon, she's picked up her first wicket in this, her second over. Well, the ball down wide of off stump picked up a wicket earlier in the over. Nearly did the same again there. Forbes, another one playing with the bat well away from the body.
Nicely played, just backward a square. It's another single to the total, another single in the Sarah Forbes column. Deft touch. Coming to the end of a successful over for McMahon here. Picking up a very important wicket. Nicely played by Forbes. That's 10 overs down. That completes the power play. And the Typhoons move on to 41 for 1. I'm going to take a leave of absence, and Glenn Quirrell is going to join Craig Senior.
Just whilst Glenn takes his seat, we'll just have a look at how the batting is going for the Typhoons so far. Forbes not out 14. Atkinson, well, she picked up on a couple of full tosses, and she managed to get out to 25 before chasing a wide one and ended up just lifting it into Amy Maguire's hands off the bowling of Sophie McMahon. And that leaves us here now, 41 for 1. Good afternoon, Glenn. How are you today?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
Grant, you've had a busy time recently.
A very busy time. Yeah, we've been travelling a lot, so...
You were picking up, well, I suppose no duty-free with the Netherlands, but you were over Netherlands standing in for Ed?
I did. We had a very successful trip. The girls played some very, very good cricket, so I was very pleased with that.
He might not let you go again, you know. You come back with a clean sweep like that. But it was a good trip, good week.
It was a great week. A lot of learning for me personally. It was very, yeah. The girls did really well. It was all about them. So they, Amy Maguire bowls. They played some really good cricket in all three games, which was good to see. And they backed up some performance after performance, and it's nice to get a win, a couple of wins under the belt.
Amy Maguire is the change of bowling at the hockey end. Left arm around. And again, this is a good move from the Scorchers, just showing the bat something different. Left arm spin on, nice and early.
Yeah, Amy's just been away with the development squad in Scotland, and she bowled some really good overs, so it's nice to see her backing that up here with a good start to her spell.
And of course, you were the head coach for that trip to Scotland. Was that many games on that trip?
We had 4 games, so we played 3. It was supposed to be 2 50-over games and 2 T20s, and unfortunately the weather intervened a little bit. So we managed to play on the rest day. So we played 3 T20s and a 50-over game. So we got 4 days of cricket, which we'd hoped, just not the formats that we'd like, but. We got 4 good games of cricket and played a very strong Scottish A side, and the girls, the girls played really good cricket with the under-19s, the younger group, and it'll stand them in good stead going forward now.
Well, it's not a huge jump from the 19s to the national side these days. Ed was saying earlier, the average age of the senior side is about 21.
Yeah, I think it's cricket years rather than actual age at the moment. The girls who are very young have played a lot of cricket, so... Well,
this one a bit short for Maguire. It's pulled around the corner. Hannah Little is the one doing the fielding down there, and she does pick it up, but can't prevent 2. Forbes continues on her merry way. So, Glenn, when I spoke to you earlier this season down in Oak Hill, I don't know if you remember, we were down there for a Super Series game. You were one of the coaches of the Super Series sides at that stage. What is your role now?
It's now it would be permanently with the senior side as Ed's assistant, and then the head coach of the under-19s group. But yeah, it's trying to work through all the way through the pathways. It's flexible
as well.
It's flexible. You've got to be able to adapt and try and be involved. Well, I'm involved as much as I can. So with
sometimes
all the
you
age
just
group
got to
teams,
pick up the brush.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever needs doing, as they say.
Exactly.
But you're enjoying it anyway.
And I love it. Yeah. No, I have a great time. We have a very good bunch of players, so they make my life a lot easier. There's some very talented cricketers coming through the ranks in that under-19s group, and as we've seen, they're starting to break into the performance squad, and as Amy Maguire and Freya Sargent, who made her debut recently in the Netherlands, has...
Beautifully played, just drops it down towards third. It will be picked up before the boundary, but there'll be another 2 again. But yes, it must be one of the delights of coaching, especially an underage team, when you see players that you're coaching going on and pushing for further honours, moving to the senior squad. That must be the great source of satisfaction.
No, it is a great... as I said, there was Amy and Freya have made their debuts, but just from this trip to see players, Sinead Thompson bowled absolutely outstandingly in Scotland, so did Alice Tector. So the future is bright, and there's a lot of girls who could be pushing for places in the squads going forward. So that just increases our player pool and hopefully drives the standard going one way. As we've seen in the Super Series cricket this year, the standard of cricket it's got better and better and better as the year has gone on. So those young players coming into the squad and into age group squads or to performance squads just keep driving the standards and keep pushing the players to get better and better.
Oh, this one gets past the fielder. Didn't quite get anything behind it. They'll take the single. But I suppose one of the most pleasant jobs you have as a coach is handing somebody like Freya her first cap. You know, being able to take her to one side and say, right, you're in for the next game, or the cap presentation.
Yeah, those are the best moments as a coach, to be able to give an opportunity to someone who's worked so hard to get herself into that position. Freya has been a real consistent performer in the Super Series for probably a year and a half now, and she bowled really nicely in the World Cup in South Africa, in the Under-19s World Cup back in January. So she'd worked so hard, and it's a great opportunity to be able to give her that cap and reward her for all her hard work, for sure.
And it's great as well, I suppose, for the wider audience. The girls who are close to that suddenly think, yes, this is possible. I can do that too.
Very much so, and it just shows that, yeah, for the group, the opportunities are there, and it takes a good season or a really good performance here and there, and you just never know. Just keep beating down the door to get you into a squad or a national cap.
And of course, going over to the Netherlands, to Amsterdam, our VRA ground, super place to play cricket. Strangest clubhouse, doesn't face the ground, but lovely place to play. All the grass around, all the trees around, absolutely super place to go.
Yeah, no, there was a very, very good pitch as well. No, the facilities were great, and the Netherlands were a very good host as normal, and they looked after us really nicely. So there was 3 good games of cricket.
This one wide outside off, just played out into the ring. Score has moved on to 47 for 1 now. Maguire bowling very well. 7 deliveries, just the 3 runs taken so far. Nicely swept around, beating the fielder. Ellie McGee it is, chasing it down to the fence. Another 2, and the Typhoons are continuing with this positive start. You were talking about the Under-19s World Cup in January. That must seem like years ago now. So much has happened since then.
The amount of cricket we played since then, it feels like it was many years ago. But yeah, it was only back in January where these girls were learning their trade. Now watching them play now, it seems like 2 different players who made their way out there and then have been able to go to Scotland and come back from South Africa. The amount of learning that took place there within a month is just crazy.
And it's great when you see the younger players taking on board all the lessons they're learning. It's not just sort of over-roaring. They're sort of like, well, how do I learn? How do I progress? And it gets them interested in their progression forward, I suppose.
No, for sure. They just keep coming back and they just want more and more and more. The hunger for more cricket. And
well, that one just fell safe just in front of Sophie McMahon as she tried to make the distance. Well, it was an opportunity, but not really a chance. Just fell in the right place. Well, the Typhoons have raced through the first half century. Just 106 required now. And these 2 starting to put together a decent stand without taking too many risks. So what does the future hold?
So the future, we're in Scotland with the senior squad in October. I'm sorry, not in Scotland. In Spain, we're playing against Scotland. in Desert Springs in October.
Certainly better than playing Spain in Scotland in October.
Exactly. No, so the girls have had a fair amount of cricket, so they had a week off, and now we'll get back into the training blocks and the preparation for that T20 and ODI series in Spain, which will be good, and then a very full calendar next year as we're looking forward to the qualifying tournaments and all of those things going forward. So that's really exciting for the team.
Well, this is the sort of thing that the ordinary people on the street don't really hear about, but there's a lot of organisation that goes into these tours. It's not just a turn up at Dublin Airport and here we go. So I suppose you have to thank the team behind the team, I suppose.
Very much so. We have a very good group of staff that we work with, and the managers and the physios and the S&C and the analysts and all those things that go into organising such tours and everyone. So no, we're very lucky, and it's all very, very well done. So
this ball just rattling into the pads. Sophie McMahon still from the St John's end. 51 for 1 on the board. And this Evoke Super Series, of course, is such a vital part for you and Ed to see how people are progressing and to see the lessons they've learnt, I suppose.
Exactly. Well, it just gives the girls opportunity to go out there and put all that hard work that they do in the training and trying out new things and things like that, so they're able to actually go and do it out there in a game. It's a great way with the under-19s group to learn, and it's always great to see there's more and more under-19s girls. Every player in the under-19s squad has played a part in the Super Series this year, so that's really exciting, and just gives, as I said earlier, we just want trying to widen the player pool as much as we can, just to keep driving the standards of cricket, and the more players we get through that, hopefully over time it'll take care of itself. That
sort of deepening the pool as well as widening it, really. Just trying to give, I suppose, Ed as coach of the senior side as many difficult questions as possible in selection.
It'd be great to make his life as hard work as possible, and in a good way, with all the younger players, all the talent coming through, and we just keep asking those questions and hopefully get as many players into the performance and the senior side as we can.
And of course the senior side has suffered a couple of retirements this year, with Shauna Kavanagh, who's on show here today, and Mary Waldron stepping away. It's a big loss of experience.
It is a massive loss. They're two very, very, they're irreplaceable players, really. So
nicely cut away on the offside, beats the fielder in the ring. Woods with the despairing dive. And
but saying that with that, it always gives an opportunity for someone else to step up. There's the keeping, obviously, with Mary and Shauna both being keepers. A young keeper around the country can have a look at that and say, you know what, there's a spot up for grabs in that performance squad, and potentially in the senior squad. We're probably one or two injuries away from being able to get into the final 11. So
yeah. Well, yes. Both of them being wicket keepers at the same time, it's tough to cover such a gap. But I suppose Amy Hunter will be looking to take the gloves going into the future for a while anyway.
Yeah, well, Amy's obviously, she stepped up when Mary retired. She stepped up brilliantly and has done an outstanding job. So for someone so young and to be handed that responsibility in a senior side, but with Amy, and then hopefully there's the young keepers will be knocking the door down to take the second spot as it is in that group. So
I suppose if you were a young keeper back in January, you wondered when you were ever going to get near a side with Waldron and Kavanagh. But as I say, with those two having retired, it suddenly does present big opportunities for a lot of keepers around not only Leinster but around the whole country. And in fact, might encourage somebody who's a very good fielder to take on the gloves. You may find a new keeper as a result. Oh, that's a good shout.
I think you're exactly right there. I think there's definitely scope for someone who's who hasn't been a keeper to go, you know what, this is a really good opportunity for me to get into a Super Series team or a look at the LBW.
That was going down the leg side, bowling left arm around. This time, Forbes just drops it down to third, takes the single. Robin Searle, fairly quiet so far, just quietly getting along to 8 without any drama. And now with the score on 53 for 1, just 104 required, and they're chasing down this total. It's great to see them being so positive. Myself and Heatley were saying that 157 is that sort of awkward total.
Yeah, you never know if you lose a couple of early wickets, and you just never know. So Sarah's come out for some really good intent to be able to look to score as often as possible, and obviously Georgia hit a couple of boundaries, put away any loose deliveries. So and Robin's doing the same. She's rotating strike really nicely.
Well, the field a bit more spread, but still just 3 outside the circle at the moment.
3.
And that's the end of another over. Score 53 for 1 now, after 15 overs. And what about yourself, Glenn? Do you get to play much?
No,
or are you just too busy?
No, I did when we first came over to Ireland. I actually played at Railway Union. This is the club that I did play all my cricket at. Unfortunately, it comes with the territory. With as soon as the women are now full-time professionals, and the schedule is getting busier and busier. My playing days had to take a back seat. Unfortunately, a young family as well. It makes it very tricky to.
It does, doesn't it? Having to explain that you're going away for 10 hours and that's just the game.
That's just the game on a Saturday when you've probably been away for 3 weeks on tours and things like that, and then come back and saying, "Oh, I'm going to go and play a little bit of cricket," makes it a little bit difficult. So,
always tough with the young family.
No, for sure.
But just remember that in 10, 15 years' time, you'll be coaching them. Hopefully on the under-19s and hopefully beyond.
Little boy's on the boundary edge today, having a look and watching, and he absolutely loves it. So it's great to see him being able to come out and enjoy the cricket.
Beautiful sunshine here, bathing the ground in Park Avenue for this Evoke Super Series 50 over game. Well, the Typhoons 53 for 1. They're chasing the Scorchers total. The Scorchers managed to get up to 157 in part because of a superb last wicket stand. Well, another full delivery disappears for 4. Any time that Scorchers bowlers have over-pitched or full toss, it disappears over to the leg side for 4. And it's heartening to see how the bats aren't really trying to smack it for a boundary. They're just trying to stroke it away. Timing is more important than power.
Well, whenever they bowled a bad ball, they've made sure that they put it away. And it's a lot to be said to get a bad ball, but to be able to put it away is another thing. And the Typhoons have done that really, really well. When they have got a full toss, they've been able to put it away. Worked into the leg side. Laura Moritz did the fielding. Single to Sarah Forbes.
Well, Sarah Forbes moves on to 24. So when is the next... Ed was talking about World Cup qualifiers in April?
Yes, we haven't been... We're thinking it's probably mid-April. We don't know location yet. So once the Scotland series is out the way, we'll turn our attention to putting that. We're in Zimbabwe in January, which is a very exciting trip.
Now, we saw in the men's qualification for the T20 World Cup that was done regionally. There was a Europe, there was a East Asia, there was an Asia, etc., and done like that. On the women's side, is it just one qualifying tournament?
It's
fill
very
the spots?
similar. There's the regional qualifiers, and then they go to a global qualifier. And then, in how it worked last year, was 2 teams out of that global qualifier. If you get to the final, then those 2 teams ended up at the World Cup in Cape Town.
And where is the next World Cup?
It's in, I think it's in Bangladesh. It's in Bangladesh. I think in October next year. in Bangladesh. So
One suspects A, you wouldn't want the rainy season, and B, you wouldn't want the height of summer in Bangladesh.
I don't think you would.
That would
no.
be hot.
I've been to Bangladesh once, and it was a tricky place to tour. So
But great things to look forward to anyway.
very exciting, very exciting. Yeah, the schedule is filling up very, very quickly, and it's great for the girls to be able to get so much cricket in now, which the players only get better playing against better teams. The more they play, you can tell how the standard of cricket is just flying. So,
Well, you can even see, dare I say, from early on this season, when I did commentate on that game in Oak Hill,
Yep.
the level of fielding has certainly raised a couple of notches. There's
Yeah,
obviously a lot of work going in on
that's
the
something
fielding.
we've been pushing for the last 6, nearly even 10 months now with the senior group and any age group teams that we're trying to make fielding. Obviously, it's just as important as batting and bowling, because a lot of young players would come in and they want to do the batting and they want to do the bowling. But the fielding sometimes can take a back seat, and so we're trying to make it it's definitely as important as batting and bowling. So make it as enjoyable and as fun as possible, but also to drive the standards through the roof. And so there's an expectation of when you get into a performance squad that the fielding is taken for granted, that you're throwing yourself around and
Forbes on this occasion,
taking as many chances as
not
can.
quite getting the shot she wanted to that delivery. It was a little bit short. She wanted to pull it off to the leg side. Got there a little early in her eagerness, I feel.
Oh, sure.
But yes, it's exciting times for Irish cricket.
Very much so. No. Looking forward to the next 6 months.
As opposed to me, who hates the next 7 months until next April when we can start again. Have to go and watch rugby and things during the winter.
That's not all bad. There's the World Cup coming up. We finally tuned into that, I'm sure. Bold.
Yes, that all kicks off before the Super Series is over.
Soon enough, yeah.
8th of September. Only a week or so away now. All last minute preparations done. But it must be, I mean, I've had no experience of it myself, but when you're going away to a World Cup or something like that, these 2 weeks just beforehand must be hectic.
I think as a rugby player, you think you're watching them play these last couple of warm-up games, and you're holding your breath as much as you can. I'm sure as a player and as coaches, being watching the players play,
But you must have the same then, watching the girls playing.
It is. It's very similar, actually, watching.
You see somebody slip at the end of a single or something, there must be a, oh my God, moment.
You want them to get up as quickly as possible and be able to run it off, because it is very nerve-wracking watching one of the players who's flying around the field in a Super Series game or a club game or something like that. So it's a very fine line that you have to try and tread with, obviously encouraging the girls to play as much cricket as possible, but not
can you
putting...
play it safely, but play it full on?
Exactly.
It's a tough one.
I think if you speak to any players, if you're not doing it full on, then the risk of injury then increases, because you always take it.
If you're holding
back, yeah, exactly.
That was something you always sort of found, was if you went out with the attitude of I'm not going to get injured, that was when you got injured.
That's when it happened. So yeah, I think it's just it's another game that you've got to try and improve your game and get better, but hopefully get through the game unscathed. And a little into the attack. It was a single worked into the leg side by Robin Searle.
Well, the score has progressed on to 61 for 1 in this, the 18th over. Run rate of over 3.5 means that the required rate has dropped below 3. That target of 157 has now become a target of 96. And Scorchers really do need to take a wicket or two and do it very soon. Hannah Little, previously an Irish international. Some family that is, isn't it? 3 internationals.
Very talented family, that's for sure. Just watching her brother in the 100 final. It's great to see 2 Irish representatives in that game.
Yes, Paul Sterling on the victorious Oval Invincibles team. And that's nicely played away to the leg side. There is a fielder out in the boundary. It is only going to be the single. But again, the scoreboard is just ticking over. Scorchers do need to keep working as the cry goes out in the field for exactly that. Robin Searle, she's come in at number 3. Punches that off the back foot, but straight to the fielder. Amy Maguire doing a good job behind point.
She's making that position her own, Amy. She thrives when she's at point, and whenever you see her in the field, she's always heading to that backward point region where she does a very good job.
Well, this is one of the things that you find is the more practice you do with fielding with your squad, then people start to specialise in where they want to field.
Exactly, and having conversations with Amy and where she does, she's always the first person to put her hand up and say, I'm point, I'm going to go to backward point, this is where I need to be. So it's great to see her there today, and then obviously doing a great job.
Well, always a spot where you need most excellent fielders.
Very handy to have a left-handed thrower when someone's just trying to run the ball down to third, and Amy can swoop in and use that left arm throw very effectively.
It's the sort of thing that a batsman doesn't realise until she's picked it up and let it go. Oh my goodness, she's left-handed.
Exactly.
And that element of surprise sometimes can do wonders for the fielding side. Well, Glenn, it's been great having you in the box.
Oh, thank you so
much. Thank you very much
me.
for your views.
No problem.
And
No
the
problem at all.
searchlight, we'll just wait for... There we go. Just plays it into the leg side, takes the single. The score will be 64 for 1. We thank Glenn very much for his
Thanks
time.
so much, Craig. Much appreciated.
And we'll welcome back to the box Heatley Tector, just in time for this drinks break. In fact, we'll welcome Heatley back after the break. And we'll just take a short break for the drinks, and we'll be with you again in just a couple of minutes. Well, welcome back to Park Avenue, home of Railway Union Cricket Club, for this Evoke Super Series 50 overs game. The Typhoons, just after drinks, they're on 64 for 1. They're chasing down the Scorchers total of 157. Small enough total, but maybe enough on this ground. But the Typhoons have been very positive in this first stage of this innings, and they're now on 64 for 1 with just 93 required. How do you think it's going, Heatley?
I think it has the potential to be a fascinating game of cricket, yeah, Craig. I think we're the next 3, 4, 5 overs, we probably always say that, but never more so do I believe it to be true than right now, are crucial. I think the Scorchers are really going to have to take a wicket or two, and in turn, you know, apply the brakes in a major way. There's no doubt about it. The last 8 overs, they dragged things back very successfully. We were at nearly 4.5. We're now at 3.5 runs per over.
Well, that one's too short for Maguire. It's paddled round the corner, down to long leg, and a little it is. With a super throw from the boundary, but can't stop the 2. But yes, the Scorchers are in need of wickets now. They haven't bowled perhaps with the same tightness that the Typhoons managed in the first innings. That having been said, the wicket that did fall to Sophie McMahon, as this one slides down the leg side for another wide. The ball that Sophie McMahon bowled to Atkinson was just wide outside off, and it was a false shot really, nowhere near her body with the bat, and just lifted it into the hands of the fielder. This one wide down the offside, slight overcorrection there.
Amy Maguire just struggling a little bit here after drinks, trying to get her rhythm back, bowled beautifully earlier on.
I did notice at the drinks break that 2, 3, 4 of the Scorchers players left the field to go and get jumpers. It might not be quite as warm out there with the sea breeze as we think it is, safely encased in our position here. Oh, that's nicely played. Robin Searle waiting upon it. Hesitation for the run ended up being okay in the end, but direct hit would have been quite interesting there. But yes, Maguire just needs to drop back into the groove that she was in prior to drinks. It's the 5th over, still only gone for 15 runs. Coulter Riley comes in from the boundary, which necessitates Hannah Little moving a bit further round the bowling green. Oh, that's better from Maguire. Better line. So just be coming to the end of what is the 19th over. Another one just played round to the leg side. The single was turned down on this occasion by Robin Searle. And that ends the 19th over, and the score now 70 for 1.
Good over for the Typhoons, 6 coming off it. They'll be happy with that after drinks.
It's always a difficult couple of overs after drinks. Concentration levels do tend to drop during that time. You have to sort of regather your thoughts, get back to the job in hand. It's going to be Hannah Little again to bowl from the St John's end. And the Scorchers know that they're in search of wickets, and they now have everyone inside the ring except third.
It's a good single, pushing it wide of mid-off there and calling for a single immediately. Sarah Forbes doing very much the Shoe and Woods job in this innings, Craig.
Just providing a very solid bat to the Scorchers. I say that, and suddenly the crossbot bat swipe to mid-on comes out. But yes, she's playing exactly the right role there. She's been involved there from the start.
She's been excellent thus far. She, I have no doubt, will be looking to remain at the wicket as long as possible, anchor this innings now. Sarah, of course, plays her cricket just round the corner with the YMCA club, with a very good cricketing family. Emma plays, and of course Jamie, a very fine cricketer himself, excellent Irish underage international cricketer, doing ever so well now for the first 11 in YMCA.
Oh, double call from the bats there. Luckily the final call was the final answer. The answer was no. Just before that ball was bowled, Captain Sophie McMahon went over to Hannah Little, had a quick conversation. I don't know what areas they were talking about or what she's asking her to bowl. This one's short. Oh.
Unlucky. That's two deliveries that Hannah's possibly got away with.
Well, that one came back at her catchable height, but couldn't get to it.
At a rate of knots, was very well hit, and
she was fortunate the stumps did the fielding for her, really. Well, Hannah Little completes her over. The score has moved on to 71 for 1 after 20 overs. And just 86 required now from the last 30 overs.
yeah, you would think that the Typhoons are in the box seat, but as we all know, cricket's a funny game. It turns so quickly. And the Scorchers will be hoping that the turn I speak of falls their way, and falls their way pretty shortly.
Well, as the most famous Yorkshireman in his own mind, Geoffrey Boycott, used to say, add 2 wickets to the score and is it still a good score? And in this case, it actually would be. So you would think that the Typhoons are ahead at the moment. They're picking off their singles quite cleverly. They're running well. They're trusting each other with the calls. There aren't too many yes-nos. And we certainly haven't seen a yes-no sorry yet.
Yeah, Robin Searle moves on to 17. Sarah Forbes on 25. There's a great shot now. Just plugs ever so slightly. Just shows you that the outfield is still plenty of moisture in it, Craig.
There is. There is. It was a super shot. It cleared the ring. She knew she was safe once she cleared Sophie McMahon there. And it ran away for 2, but it did plug. Normally in August you'd expect that one to bounce away to the boundary. But as I say, the amount of rain that has fallen in July and August has been beyond our worst nightmares, really.
It's been incessant. There's really been no let-up.
And after we had such a beautiful June as well.
Absolutely. Now throw May into the mix, it was nice as well, wasn't it?
This one just played into the ring on the offside. They won't mind that. The way they've been batting so far has given them that latitude that they can afford just to play a few dot balls without being too concerned, knowing that there will be a ball they can run on along soon. Christine Coulter-Riley with a nice bit of fielding out in the outfield. Lovely arm back into the keeper. Forbes moves on to 28 now. That run rate just climbing again. Another one that is swept around the corner by Searle. It's down to the boundary, but again, Hannah Little with the super throw. But 2 more onto the total. And they're just clicking these off as they want at the moment.
That's back-to-back overs with 6 runs coming off each over. Typhoons definitely been on top since drinks. 21 overs gone here in Park Avenue. 77 for 1 now.
Well, many thanks to the Railway Union Club providing their facilities for this game today. And you enjoyed the homemade scones earlier.
Oh, I more than enjoyed them. Big shout out to my friend Elaine Coburn. Thank you, Elaine, for not just the scones but the cream buns as well. They were absolutely delicious.
A late call for the single, but Ellie McGee unable to pick up the ball cleanly. So the single was taken without too much stress. You just get the feeling that the Scorchers need to try something different. Little has bowled well, starting her 3rd over.
I think if I were the Scorchers captain, can't help but think spin from both ends now would be something would seriously contemplate.
And a little into her 3rd over. 4 bowlers used so far by the Scorchers. Neve McNulty, Jane McGuire, they opened up. Sophie McMahon and Hannah Little.
I'd like to see Lara Moritz now, I think.
Oh, this one.
Got away with that.
Well, Polly English did very well to stop that. Could easily have gone for another couple as well. Wide down the leg side. But it is important that the Super Series has 1-day wides. These are women in training for senior internationals. Got to have that control.
No, I was just talking about Lara there. When you look at the extra bounce that Louise Little and Alice Tector extracted from the wicket, particularly the St. John's Road end, no doubt about it, Lara has plenty of X factor about her, and I'd like to see her introduced shortly now.
Nicely played away. Oh, that's a superb piece of fielding in the ring. Well, Shauna Kavanagh may have retired from international cricket, but she's showing still more than capable. Super dive, kept her eyes on the ball.
Wonderful bit of fielding by Shauna. Timed her dive to perfection.
Very important that such an experienced player sets an example to the younger ones.
Peter Bonetti-like.
Ah, the cat. Going back a few years now.
I'm afraid I am.
52 years since one of the most famous FA Cup finals in history, Chelsea and Arsenal.
You a Chelsea man?
No, I was just a young boy with a complete obsession with sport at that stage. You reach an age when you know every cup final winner, every runner-up, where every Olympic Games was held, where every World Cup was held, all that sort of thing. And then you just reach an age where it doesn't seem to matter as much anymore. Couldn't tell you where the last 3 Olympics were held, but I could certainly tell you where the first 3 modern Olympics were held and who won the prize for poetry in Paris in 1904 and things like that. Yeah, it used to be like a sponge. You'd soak up all that information. Now I'm just like a very wet sponge.
You talked about that great FA Cup final. There was nothing like an FA Cup final day. From early in morning, watching the guys clad in their finest threads.
The bus journey to the
bus
stadium.
journey to the stadium. Oh, you loved it all.
Which was the first team not to take the bus to the stadium?
Well, you have me there. I'd like to ask my
Jane
esteemed colleague David Streak, does he know the answer to that?
Jane Maguire back on. Brighton and Hove Albion took a helicopter
Wow.
in 1983, which brought forth the phrase, "and Smith must score." Nicely played out on the offside, just a dot ball. And again, the Typhoons not too worried about dots at the moment. They've earned the right to just keep a few balls out if they wish to. They're going along at 3.5 and over, which is certainly in excess of what's required. Sarah Forbes slowly but surely building a super innings here for her team.
Good call by Robin Searle.
And it's just gone a little flat in the field for the Scorchers now. They need a wicket, if only for their morale as much as for the scoreboard.
Been a good partnership, this, hasn't it?
That's indeed.
Nicely played.
That's a beautiful shot from Searle. It runs down to third. It will be pulled up in front of the boundary. A number of times we've said that today will tell you it's not that the grass is uncut or anything, it's just there's so much moisture that things are just sticking a bit in the topsoil.
But it's particularly noticeable when a ball goes the aerial route, that it plugs rather than runs.
Yes.
Well bowled, very well bowled.
Well, that's another over clicks by. 23 done now. The score 82 for 1. Just by comparison, the Scorchers were 67 for 3. And they were going through a tough patch at that stage. They'd lost a wicket at 63 and 65. They were slowly trying to build back. But 67 for 3 after 23 overs is now surpassed by the Typhoons, 82 for 1.
What the Scorchers would give for a couple of wickets now. Because I think that could really set the cat among the pigeons. Still requires 75 runs. A couple of wickets and that could be
Certainly
very interesting.
set the nerves a jangling amongst the Typhoons then, and that's what you want. I mean, it is a young side, both sides very young. It's not to say they're not experienced, but if you lose a couple of wickets now, suddenly there's a flurry of people asking, where are my pads, where's my, when am I in, what happened there? It can just create a bit of anxiety, stress amongst the entire team.
Well, that will de-stress the entire team. Glorious shot there from Sarah Forbes, just clipping it through mid-wicket for 4. Hannah
Really
Little
is.
just straying, but lovely shot.
It's the balance of Sarah Forbes as she comes into contact with that. Absolutely beautiful shot. Takes her on to 34.
Oh,
Just out of the reach. Jane Maguire with the despairing hand thrown up at that. It was in the air for quite a while. She was a step away, I think. One step closer
Yeah.
She'd have had a chance at it, but as it is, it made it way past her. It's another 2 to Forbes, another 2 to the score. And suddenly the runs required, well, they're well past halfway now. Runs required drops below 70. Oh, well, that's a beautiful shot again. Well, Forbes has decided she's seeing enough of it now. There we go. 50 partnership for these two, and it's been absolutely vital. 54 now with that boundary. 87 balls. Been out there less than an hour, but they really have put down such a solid base in pursuit of this target of 167 for victory. They've done superbly well. Just the second 50 partnership today. We saw one earlier on between Kavanagh and Coulter Riley for the Scorchers. Slightly different circumstances on that occasion. At the moment, the Typhoons are making this look quite serene.
And the run rate creeping ever closer to 4 on the required run rate. Nicely played. Dropping below 2.5 now.
What I liked about that shot was Forbes played it down towards third. She was watching the ball, watching the fielder, but she heard the call of yes from a partner and immediately set off. No hesitation, no are you sure? And that makes the single so much easier to take. Oh, the lovely shot from Searle.
Played. Yeah.
That's a shot of somebody with great cricket brain, realising that not everything has to be hit back past the bowler. The runs played down to third, just as vital. The score has moved on to 93 for 1.
I think 13 coming off that over. Big over for the Typhoons. So there we are. Typhoons require 63 now off 26 overs. Of course, this is the Evoke Super 50 Cup. Earlier on, the Typhoons won the toss. They elected to bowl first and did a splendid job. Oh, that's nicely played again.
Ellie McGee not quite able to dive to that one. They get through for a single. That is a lovely dab shot that Searle has, and she's using it to good effect. Better ball from Maguire. Just beating bat on the outside edge. Forbes has now moved into the 40s. So providing excellent support.
Well bowled again by Jane Maguire.
She got her length just right on that one. Forbes unable to get down onto that.
Good call.
But also good to see the backing up Robin Searle is doing as the ball is delivered. She's taking those couple of yards that she knows she can get back easily enough if the ball's hit back towards the bowler. But it has her ready to take a single if her partner calls her. Well, she was looking for the ramp shot. In the end, it ended up being more of a paddle down to fine leg. Hannah Little again doing the chasing. We know what a good arm she has.
Nicely played again by Sarah Forbes.
Typhoons now approaching triple figures, just too short of the first 100. This one out of the back of the hand. Maguire digging deep into her box of tricks in an effort to try and get the wicket that the Scorchers definitely need. And halfway through this reply in terms of overs, well, the Typhoons are well past halfway in terms of runs.
Here we go. Here's the batting card. Anchored terribly well by Sarah Forbes. Not out 43 off 84 deliveries. Atkinson played very well, and Searle is not out 23.
Well, the Scorchers have used 5 bowlers so far. Just the one success for Sophie McMahon. And even she'll admit that wasn't the best ball she's bowled today, but it was the one that picked up the wicket. She's got 1 for 20, and everyone else going for bits and pieces. And in fact, this is what you were asking for earlier. Laura Moritz now to come on from the St John's end. And yes, the Scorchers need to do something different.
This potentially could be the last roll of the dice for the Scorchers, but I'm delighted to see Lara come on, and I'm delighted to see her bowl from this end.
Well, it is the end that's produced any lift that we have seen today. Not too many have shot through, though. It's been a good wicket prepared by
Excellent.
Kenny Carroll and his crew. Well, that's powered away through the offside, just slightly over pitched, turned into a full toss, runs down towards the scorer's hut. 4 off the first ball, and Forbes now, well, she moves on to 47, and the total, well, they've reached 100, they've moved on to 103 for 1. The run rate of over 4 and over. And the
Certainly in the last 3 overs, sorry Craig, in the last 3 overs, Sarah Forbes has upped her strike rate considerably. Done really well here.
This one a full toss again, bit higher and dealt with in a similar fashion. This time Sarah Forbes goes aerial, clears the ring, it runs away to the boundary even with the moisture in the ground here, and that brings her up to a 50. She's 51 not out. It's taken her 86 balls and 6 fours have got her to that landmark. Round of applause from her teammates, and she's doing certainly a good job at the moment of leading her team towards that total of 157.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant knock from the YMCA cricketer. Has been very assured right from the start. And there's that 4 that brought Sarah her 50. Well done, Sarah Forbes. Excellent stuff.
Well, it was a loose delivery from Laura Moritz. It was put away beautifully. Much better ball. As you say, you can see Sarah Forbes has, well, changed gear.
Yeah.
Put a foot on the accelerator. And all the other metaphors that mean she's just scoring runs a little bit quicker than she was. She's played herself in. She's seen the bowling. She's feeling good. And Robin Searle has been doing a super job in support.
Very quickly, the runs required have fallen under 50 now. There's another full toss, and that's dispatched to the boundary. It's been a good over this for the Typhoons, and not what Lara would have wished for.
Well, she's been too full on a couple of occasions now. The ball disappears off to the boundary for the 3rd time this over. The umpire calls over. And that's a big over for the Typhoons. They did very well They've extracted 13 runs from Lara Maritz's first over. Well, we were looking for her to be introduced into the attack in the hope that it would change something. Unfortunately, not the way the Scorchers would have wanted. That runs required now has dropped as far as 45, and the run rate required, well, it's under 2. Well, already the Typhoons have racked up 10 boundaries, including that 6 we saw earlier on. That compares with the 8 boundaries that the Scorchers managed in their 50 overs. One of those was from the last ball of the innings. So the Typhoons looking good for their position at the top of the log at the moment. They're a point ahead of the Dragons.
Yeah, they've played very good cricket this year, the Typhoons. They've been very consistent in how they've gone about things. Missing their captain, Rebecca Stokel, and Laura Delaney, currently playing with Lancashire.
Oh, it's just edged away from the keeper. It's going to
May
run
go.
down for the
Yeah,
boundary.
It will go.
11th boundary of the innings. As I say, the Scorchers during their 50 overs managed 8 boundaries. Tough defending this total. They needed early wickets, they didn't get them, and it's now seen them in this position. By at this stage, the 2 Typhoon bats racing through. But of course, this isn't just about the result, it's about performances. With the Irish women's management stroke coaching team here, always going to want to impress, even in a losing cause, or even more so in a losing cause. Bit of everything there. Sarah Forbes thought about ramping, but had the sense just to pull out of that shot.
Jane smiling as she walks back to her mark. Excellent bowling on her part. She saw Forbes advance towards her, and
another full ball.
that could go the distance.
It's just one bounce into the fence. Paul Reynolds at square leg, helping out Mark Hawthorne, confirming that this shot, another full toss. Well, that must be over 20 runs that the Scorchers have conceded just from full tosses now. And when you're only defending 157, it's very hard if you give the opposition that many runs that quickly.
The Scorchers haven't bowled with the consistency that the Typhoons did, really, from the off.
Actually played away on the offside, but it's well fielded. Just be a dot ball. But yes, you're exactly right. The Typhoon bowling earlier today seemed far tighter and just with more control. And also, Little used her resources really well. We were questioning the use of Ava Canning 10 in a row. As it turned out, probably masterstroke, yeah. 1 for 15. She took an wicket in her first over, but she only went for 15 runs, and it really sort of set the tone for the entire innings then. The Scorchers seemed unwilling to take on the bowling, and they were trying to make runs here, there and everywhere, but of course wickets were falling, which doesn't help either. But they are making this chase look far simpler than we thought it would be. It's a partnership of 83 now. Forbes has contributed 47 of those.
Yeah, and she's certainly upped.
Oh,
The
her
gear.
strike rate has definitely improved.
Yeah.
Now, she has been helped with those full tosses, but she has put them away as well.
Yeah, big time.
And that's the important thing. Once you get an opportunity like that, to make the most of it.
Well, you know, single-handedly she took Lara Moritz out of the attack, really, you'd have to say.
Yes. Sophie McMahon it is who's brought herself back on. Yes, after that first over, you can totally understand why Moritz was removed from the attack. They just don't have enough runs to play with in that regard. But would taking pace off the ball be the way to go here?
I think so. I think if you look at Atkinson, she was a prime example on this wicket of, you know, just making the batters earn their runs.
Absolutely. Really was tossing it up there above the eye line, making it as difficult as possible for the bats to take her on. But she also had that quicker ball if you saw them coming down the track. Bowled really well, 3 for 6 in her spell. Well, I was talking to Glenn earlier about the standard, how the standard of ground fielding has improved in the Super Series. Even during the summer, I've noticed a difference. And he was saying that we were saying that as the fielding has got better and they do more practice, the women are picking certain positions they want to field in. Amy Maguire behind point here, trying to make that spot her own. And Christine Coulter-Riley then in the covers, providing excellent cover with her. And between the two of them, they're providing a good shield on that offside. But yes, the standard of fielding has certainly improved during this year, this season 2023. And that upward curve, we hope, will continue with the busy season that they still have ahead.
Good delivery that, just held it back a little. But Forbes were at it well, just dropped a bat on it.
Well, that is a super over from the skipper herself. Rich's over had been so expensive. She brought herself back and has gone for only 1 in that over. But again, no wickets falling. And these two, well, they have a partnership of 84 now. And the way it's going at the moment, it's just a matter of time. Just 35 runs required. Scorchers need 9 wickets.
Change of bowling. Coulter O'Reilly coming into the attack.
Well, we were
Nicely
talking
played.
about Georgina Atkinson and her leg spin. Well, that's exactly the same path that the Scorchers have turned to now. But more from a position of desperation than certainly was the case in the first innings. You can already see a difference just by taking the pace off the ball. They're not sure how much it's going to turn or not turn, and it's just posing different questions to the bats. Well, you'd wonder why they didn't try this earlier on. And that's it, it's worked. Beautiful delivery, great length. Forbes tried to go down to sweep it, and it wasn't there for that. Got in under a bat and went in and hit the off stump, took the bails off, and that's the second wicket down with the score on 123, and that's a great stand of 85 between those two.
It was a brilliant stand and a brilliant innings on the part of Sarah Forbes. You would think that she has done all the hard work to set her side up, and here we see it again, exactly what we've been calling for, Craig.
Take the pace from the ball.
That's been...
Give the batter a chance to make a mistake. Well, it was beautiful dip.
Yeah.
And it turned a little away.
Yeah.
It didn't want to turn much more because it would have missed that off stump, but as it was pretty perfect, and Sarah Forbes returns to the sideline. A good round of applause from her teammates, and she's put them into a very good position now. This is it again.
Yeah, we'll see the dip you spoke of just here. Yeah, really well bowled. Really well bowled.
Beautiful delivery from Forbes. She has to go for 60.
That brings Alice Walsh out to the middle. But Alice Walsh fielded fantastically well today. She did that sort of sweeper roll. Did it with...
Down by the scorer's hut. Looked after that area. The same way Hannah Little is in this innings. As I say, talking to Glenn, the women certainly are starting to, I think in a year's time, you'll look down to fine leg and go, well, that I know that's going to be so-and-so because that's where they field. At the moment, or earlier on this year, you wouldn't have known who was sent where, and oh, that's gone straight through her. Alice Walsh backing away from that, exposing her stumps. The ball followed her.
Alice not using her feet as she should there, I think.
Heading in the wrong direction. But also great that she's getting this opportunity to come in at number 4 on this Typhoons team. The more time she spends in the middle, the easier she'll find it. So with 29 overs gone, 1, 2, 3 for 2.
There we are, there's the batting card. Terrific innings from Sarah Forbes. 60 off 102 deliveries. Atkinson started very well indeed. Nearly going at a strike rate of 100. 25 off 29. And Robin Searle batting ever so well. 29 off 41.
So is making that shot, the drop down to third man, her own. Scored many runs down there today. Just rotating the strike. Now with the new bat in, I do feel the fielders in the ring are perhaps a little deep. They need to come in closer and put a bit more pressure on, looking for the catches, looking for whatever they can get the Scorchers at this stage. Wide outside off. Amy Maguire throws the big dummy and leaves it for Christine Coulter-Riley to field.
That's one of those deliveries that if you leave alone, perhaps the umpire will exercise his arms. And however, it's so tempting, isn't it? That wide and short.
You just want to get out there somehow. And too often, and not just the women, too often you see players not moving their feet, and the only way they can get their bat out that far is by pushing their posterior backwards as well, and it just looks like an ugly shot, and so many wickets fall because you have no power in the bat when it does connect with the ball. It's the throwing from the fielding sides, both sides, has been absolutely spot on today. We saw balls coming in from the boundaries left, right and centre that are just landing into the keeper's gloves. No nicer sight for a keeper. So much better than those ones down at your ankles or bouncing in front of you.
Been a good over this from the Scorchers skipper, Sophie McMahon. She'll look to get out of the over now.
No run there. That will finish the 30th over. With 30 overs gone, the score has moved on to 124 for 2. Just the one run from that over. In fact, That's 2 overs with just a 1 run off it, but it really isn't forcing the run rate required up at all. And just 33 more required, and they have 20 overs in which to do them. It's been a good all-round performance by the Typhoons today. And if they do go on to pass the finish line here, you get the feeling it's a well-deserved victory. They have played well as a team. They fielded and bowled exceptionally well. Good fielding by McNulty again.
Again, Searle has taken a single off the first ball of the over at the last couple of overs, and Walsh should really be looking to get Searle back on strike if at all possible now, just even to...
Well, if she'd moved her foot like that in playing the shot, she may have been able to power that one through the ring and get that single you're looking for. But great that she's been given this opportunity at number 4. Just hits it up the ground to Woods on the offside. No single there. Well, she is keen to get off the mark. She is keen to get a partner back on strike. But she wants to make sure. And indeed, that is exactly the right thing to do. Robin Searle going down to have a word with Alice Walsh and just say, will you relax? Enjoy it. Take your time. There's no rush. And there we go. Off the mark. Nowhere near where she wanted to hit it.
I'm not quite sure how that ended up down there.
Bottom edge of the bat, right on the toe end of the bat, and it squirted away. But Robin Searle was alert enough to take that single, take the pressure off her partner, get her through, so she's off the mark.
Searle will be looking to take a single here. No, it's not to be. Just 2 off the over. 31 overs have been bowled in this Evoke Super Series game here in Park Avenue. The Typhoons require just 31 for victory now. And great opportunity for Alice Walsh here to bat with somebody like Robin Searle and
benefit from her experience, her guidance. Alice Walsh had such a good first innings in the field. Be great for her. She can help her side get to the finish line here. It's all about technique at this stage of her career. The power will come. And again, finds the fielder. Coulter Riley, making sure no single taken.
1 of 14 deliveries. She'll be burning up a little bit inside, you would have thought.
But that's where the chats with her partner. Her partner should be taking that pressure off her. They're going through for the single now. A direct hit would have been interesting. But Walsh gets down the other end. That will make her feel just that little bit better. As I say, the longer she spends there, the more comfortable she'll be.
Yep.
She couldn't really have a better partner with her than Robin Searle. Searle takes the single.
Well backed. Lara Moritz doing the tidying up there. Excellent work on her part.
Well, certainly the Typhoons well ahead now, as to be expected. Nice shot from Walsh. And it gets past Hannah Little. I'd been talking about how good the ground fielding was. You can see how disappointed she is herself. Hannah Little there. That one going past her. Nicely clipped away behind square on the leg side. It'll be
May
pulled
just
up in
take
front of
them
the
on, yeah.
boundary.
Good cricket on the part of Robin Searle there.
Very sensibly turning down the chance of a second to retain the strike, keep the pressure off her young partner. And these two, well, they're doing exactly what is required for the Typhoons, just to get closer and closer to that finish line. Just 27 required now. Coulter Riley to continue. Well, she took a wicket in her first over. Lovely shot. Another one on the full. It's going to be signalled a no ball. It's just made, well, less than a yard over the line. So 5 from that delivery, 4 of which go to Searle. You can see just too much air. She came forward and took it on the full. Hawthorne deciding it was still above waist height, even if she hadn't come forward. And you can just see how that just crept to the line. Just 22 more required. So, well, she's 13 short of what would be a well-deserved half-century. You can see she's looking to accelerate herself now. Been out there for 49 balls.
Been very impressed with Christina Coulter Riley. She's
Curse of the commentator. But yes, you're quite right. She batted really well in the first innings. She's done a good job for her side, and she's come on a leg spinner, and even she has a little grin at that one. Not the ball she wanted to deliver at all. Much better.
well run. Well taken single.
Alice Walsh with a good call there. Set off at speed. Got down to the end. She'll have 2 balls to face.
Didn't realise quite how big that gym is, Craig. Big gym.
Massive. Never actually...
Haven't darkened its doors?
Not since it was done up. Not since it became Westwood. I think I played squash there back in the last century. Oh, this one just a bottom edge is enough to take it away from the keeper. It will let Walsh get 1. And that's all they'll take. She'll move on to 4. Searle now looking to add some power to the subtlety we've seen from her today. And at the end of 33 overs, the score 137. And just those 2 wickets to fall, one of whom was Sarah Forbes, who really has put the Typhoons into this excellent position. She got 60. And her partnership with Robin Searle of 85, a massive contribution when you're only chasing 157 for victory. 17 overs remain, 21's required. And it looks like another change. Amy Maguire, it is, coming on at the St John's end. Left arm spin. I think Walsh feels a bit happier now. She's been out there faced 18 deliveries. And I think she'll feel a bit better against the spin. Pushed through a little bit by Maguire on that occasion.
Such a promising young bowler, Amy Maguire.
And left arm spin. Again,
Beautiful.
It's like left arm seamers. Everybody wants one. Alice Walsh doing a fine job providing foil for Robin Searle. These two slowly edging towards that finish line.
Umpire Reynolds signalling a wide to our scorers today. Scorers Caird and Cruz, all the C's.
Nicely played away on the offside. Alice Walsh finally gets one through the ring past the fielder. She'll come back for a second. Nice from Walsh. Not too much on the foot movement again, but played the shot into the gap. And that's the difference. Oh, she let that one go.
Just didn't quite use her feet. She got stuck in her crease a little bit there, and Amy Maguire takes the 3rd wicket. Perhaps a little too late, methinks.
Well, just 17 more required by the Typhoons. And at this stage, the players have decided to take drinks, and we'll rejoin you in.
Here's a replay.
Almost just left that.
Yeah.
Needed to get forward to that ball. Didn't, and paid the price.
So as the players take drinks, the score moves on to 140 for 3, 17 required. Welcome back after drinks. The skipper of the Typhoons today has joined Robin Searle in the middle. Lulu Little with just 17 runs required. Amy Maguire taking a wicket off the last delivery she bowled. Good over, excellent over. .140 for 3 now. 34 overs have been bowled. Typhoons required just 17 runs for victory off 96 deliveries. 7 wickets in hand. Should be very straightforward, Craig.
Well, it should be. However, we've both watched enough cricket to say that nothing is certain. Call to Riley now from the hockey pitch end. So we'll be looking to get these 17 runs. She won't mind which one of them gets it. I think just to get to the finish line will be the important thing. If you start messing around now trying to farm the strike, or that's when you cause problems for your team. In fact, cause problems for your captain, because it just, again, just dropping it down to third. Willing to take the single, moves on to 39. Little playing out square on the offside.
That offside field all day for the Scorchers has been peppered with not that much going through it. Here we are again.
Not too much has got past the fielders there. The balls that have scored runs on that side have tended to be those full tosses that have been lifted over the ring. And whether you had one fielder or 300 fielders there, it was still going to go to the boundary. But yes, they certainly have a tight little field and specialist fielders. And that's great to see. And they get through that over. And with 35 gone, 141 for 3.
The now customary glove on glove at the end of every over. Searle and Little will be looking to finish the job off as quickly as possible. Maguire continuing with her spell.
Just slight adjustments in her field. She's seen Searle drop the ball down to third so many times and take a single.
That short delivery was one that perhaps she should have looked to pull over mid-wicket rather than try and penetrate that offside field.
Attempted sweep doesn't come off, but it slips down the leg side. Maguire will have that ball again. But even the body language of these fielders in this close offside ring, see them almost hunting the ball. great to see. The coaches are obviously working on this, getting them fielding as a team, fielding together, alive and alert every delivery.
That's what I was talking about, the short ball. Lulu giving that what it deserved, really.
Very much so. It was just too short for Maguire on this occasion. Amy Maguire, left arm spin, and Little, well, needed no second invitation. And it was more a punch shot, no great follow through, no helicopter shot. She just took what was on offer, punched it away for 4.
And again, she'll go. It may not go to the boundary this time, but they should take 2. And they will take an easy 2.
Eddie McGee doing the chasing down.
Into single figures in terms of runs required. Just 8 required now for victory.
Well,
Wide delivery. They'll have to bowl that again, I'm afraid.
well, this has been a super performance all day by the Typhoons. They've done everything right from the toss onwards. They've been questioned in the commentary box with a couple of their decisions, but they've been proved to be right.
Very much so. They've really... That's a much better delivery. And here's the... No. Will they take 2? Yes, they will. Really, they've bossed this game from the start.
They have, without being bullies about it.
Yes, yes.
There's been no obvious... Oh, Little looking to finish the game very quickly. That's the end of the over. Score has moved on to 152 for 3. Just 5 more required. Yes, they've not been out of control at all during this game. During the first innings, their bowling was tight, it was controlled, it made it difficult for the Scorchers. They took wickets at important times and in bunches. You know, there was always 1, 2 wickets fell, not just one, and then another partnership allowed to grow, and then another. No, they just kept their foot on the neck, as they say. Coulter Riley to continue with her leg spin from the hockey end. Great for her to be able to show a second string to her bow. This time, just a little short. It's pulled away on the leg side, square leg boundary, and that brings the scores level. The Scorchers, well, we were saying in the first innings we couldn't tell who was ahead, who was behind. Well, it seems quite obvious now. We just misread the situation. Scorchers have been a little bit left behind here today. Good toss to win for Louise Little. She put the Scorchers in on an overcast, cool morning.
Thought Louise used her bowlers very well today.
Brilliantly. Brilliantly. And Louise Little chops down to the striker's end. The paddle shot from Searle. And that is victory to the Typhoons. Ended up being quite a handy one for them, really. It didn't look like that this morning.
Really, with the guts of 14 overs to spare. Congratulations to the Typhoons. Comprehensive winners in this, the Evoke Super Series. It's been a really lovely day. The weather has treated us very favourably. Glorious afternoon sunshine now. So the Typhoons winning by 7 wickets. Well done to them.
As the players slowly make their way to the sideline. Typhoons coming out from the sideline to shake their hands.
Very good spirited game of cricket. Really enjoyed it.
Super game of cricket. Really enjoyable. You don't need 600 runs an innings for it to be a good game. And as we say, the Scorchers only scored 8 boundaries. And this is the tail of the tape, as they say. Scorchers were sent into bat and they lost a wicket in the first over when Canning sneaked one through the defences of Inglis. And she was gone for 0. But then Coulter, Riley and Kavanagh, they put on a good partnership of 58. And then thereafter, they really relied on Woods to kind of marshal the tail. And it was only when Hannah Little came in at the end, they put on a partnership of 31 for that final wicket. And that got them up to a total that they thought they might defend of 156. And this is the important part. Partnerships, as always. Coulter, Riley and Kavanagh, as I say, 58 they put on. Woods and Moritz, they put on 22. And you see, despite coming in at number 5, Woods still there at the end and put on 31 with Hannah Little, which did give the Scorchers a total that they might defend if they bowled very cleanly.
And an excellent bowling display by the Typhoons, led by Ava Canning, 10 overs, 1 for 15. Dempsey perhaps just a little expensive in terms of this game. Lulu Little bowling just the 4 overs for 16. Very good spells from both Tector and Sargent in the middle. Tector 3 for 17 or for 8, and Sargent 2 for 22 or for 8. Thompson bowled beautifully, I thought. Very unlucky not to be in the wickets, and Atkinson with her slow leggies picking up 3 for 20 off her 7.
Well, there you have the Typhoons' reply, and it's all based around those big scores at the top. Forbes with 60 fabulous runs, started slowly built into her innings, and herself and Atkins and Searle, they put on 85 for that second wicket. Forbes and Searle put on 85 for that second wicket, and that basically broke the back of the challenge. Alice Walsh came out and played quite well for her 6, gained in confidence, and then Louise Little just came out to escort Searle to the finish line. And there you see 4 distinct proper partnerships, 38, 85, 17 and 17 undefeated, and that was enough to take them through to the final total of 157.
On the bowling, Maguire, McNulty, both wicketless. McMahon picking up 1. Maguire picking up 1. Amy Maguire, that is. And Coulter Riley picked up 1. Bowled very well. 1 for 16 or for 4.4.
So in a super game of cricket here today at Park Avenue, this Super Series Evoke 50 over game, well, the Typhoons have been victorious. They chased down the Scorchers' total of 157. They did it for only the loss of 3 wickets. They made it look a lot easier than it actually was. And it's a fine game of cricket we've seen here today.
Absolutely. Well done to the Typhoons. Typhoons winning by 7 wickets in the end.
Well, this season of cricket continues. Plenty of cricket happening on, and we hope you'll join us again for the next match.
Absolutely. We look forward to bringing you plenty more cricket before the season concludes, all courtesy of Cricket Ireland and HBV Studios. So our next match will be this coming Sunday up in sunny Stormont, I hope. We look forward to that, and we hope you can join us then. But from everybody here in Park Avenue, the home of Railway Union, can we thank you for your company? It's been a terrific day's cricket, and we look forward to your company this coming Sunday.